Everybody, welcome to what would normally be considered our general policy meeting for Thursday, September 14th, but in an abundance of caution to make sure that everything works with the ordinances, we're calling it a City Commission special meeting. I'm going to try to give some, because we have a lot of new folks here who aren't normally part of the proceedings. I want to try to walk folks through this in a way that helps you feel comfortable and for everybody to feel heard. It is complex and complicated. City meetings are not super simple, but I want to try to give you all the information that I possibly can to make as simple a process and as meaningful a process as possible for you. The first thing I want to tell you, well, you know, let's go to adopt the agenda first, and then I'll tell you a few things.
Mr. Mayor, the first item on the agenda is adopting the agenda.
So moved.
All right, we have a motion and a second to adopt the agenda. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? All right, that passes unanimously. One of the things that we have specific rules for at City Commission are how we hear public comment. What we'll do is, what we try to do is we'll read an item into the record. So you see on the agenda that you may have read before, that you may have with you now, it says ordinances, first reading, and then there's a list of the ordinances that we'll be considering. When that ordinance gets read into the record, we'll have some discussion about it up here, potentially a presentation, depending on which one it is and that sort of thing. And after we have a little discussion on the dais up here between the commissioners, I will ask for public comment before we make a motion. Then you will all have, if you have filled out one of the cards and turned it in to Mr. Carl over here, we will call you up one at a time to make your comment right there at the lectern. When you get to the lectern, address your comments through me to whatever it is, and identify yourself so that we know that you're actually the person who signed the card, and so that all moves along very well. You'll have 3 minutes, because that's just how long we do for these meetings. Now, because you have 3 minutes at the lectern does not mean you need to use 3 minutes at the lectern. I would caution everyone in large groups, try not to talk yourself out of a win. If you feel like things are going your way, you may not need to say everything you intended to say. That's just good advice everywhere. It's especially true in situations like this. You have 3 minutes again, and there's a light system up on the lectern there. Green light means you got plenty of time to talk. Yellow light means you got less than a minute, and red light means that pretty soon I'm going to ask you to wrap up. If everybody wants to talk, then I'm going to be pretty hardcore about the 3 minutes. If there are fewer people, then I'll try to give a little latitude. I don't intend to cut people off in the middle of a sentence, but do try to be respectful of everybody's opinion. A lot going on today in a relatively short period of time, and we want everyone to feel welcomed and heard. There's a lot of diversity of opinion on this. Remember that we're all neighbors, we're all living in the same town, we're all trying to make it better. So that is what I would urge you to think about as you approach the lectern when it's your turn. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, 2023-622, ordinance amending the Code of Ordinances, an ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending sections 4-1 and 4-4 of the City Code of Ordinances relating to the sale, dispensing, possession, and consumption of alcohol, amending section 18-20 of the City Code of Ordinances relating to the purchase, sale, and possession of alcohol in parks, and amending section 2-339 of the City Code of Ordinances relating to civil citation for the possession or consumption of an open container of an alcoholic beverage, providing directions to the codifier, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So a little bit of preparatory remarks for my colleagues up here. I would like whatever we do today with both of these ordinances to I'd like to see them both become effective January 1st. In my perfect world, I would like a second reading for either or both to happen at a formerly GPC, but now special meeting October 26th, so that there's plenty of time for any bugs to be worked out and for all discussion to be heard and actively worked through. And there are a few other things that are specific to the district ordinance, which is the next one that I would like to see. But the key thing is I would really like to see these both, if they go into effect the same day, so there's no gap, and that we have second reading, such as there's a necessity for that, October 26th. So I'll say that going in. Do we have any presentation on these? I wouldn't imagine that we do, especially on the return to the pre-COVID. Madam Manager.
No, Mr. Mayor, we do not have any presentations. That Mr. Persons is prepared if you need some general introduction, but we do not have a presentation prepared.
Okay. I mean, what this first ordinance does is return us to a pre-COVID open container status, which means that we had fairly strict regulations about not having open containers of alcohol anywhere outdoors in the city unless in a special permitted area by occasion. So we've got some lights up here. Commissioner Eastman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've read through the old ordinance, and I think everyone here is aware of the barring of people from drinking on public right-of-way, sidewalks, roads, things like that. But I did have some questions about the particulars, because I was kind of surprised by how much had changed over 3 years in terms of, because there's more in this than just that. And so I want to make sure that we're not glossing over, we're looking at it that way. First, Mr. Persis, if you could, so currently under this, if we go back to, if someone does choose to drink, have an open container on public right-of-way, what are the penalties for such a thing?
Under our existing ordinance or under the
proposed ordinance?
Under the proposed, it's a criminal infraction. It's would be tied back to Article 1-9. So it would be, and the chief's here, so he could speak to sort of law enforcement's approach. But by ordinance, it would be a criminal infraction under 1-9.
And a citation, right? Which would be at the discretion of the Gainesville Police Department.
Correct.
Is that
That's
is
correct.
that accurate? All right. And then I just happen to have section 1-9, so that's a fine not to exceed $500 or imprisonment for a term not exceeding 60 days, or by both such fine and imprisonment. So whatever we pass here today, I think that the criminal portion of that, it would make a lot of sense for us to rethink whether or not this should be a civil infraction versus whether a criminal infraction is the right way to go forward with this. But then this also has portions related to private property, correct? So previously to how does our current ordinance, if you own a bar and you wanted to, or an alcoholic establishment and you wanted to serve alcohol in an outdoor space, how does what we currently have differ from what we've had prior to in the proposed ordinance?
So prior to getting rid of the open container provisions in the city's code, licensed establishments, and these could be bars or restaurants, through both the city's code and through their licensing with the state, could, in the city's code, we have basically two forms of outdoor drinking. One is an outdoor cafe, which is an outdoor area where food or beer or wine or alcohol is possessed and consumed. That's solely on private property. We also have provisions in our land development code called sidewalk cafes, which is where you have a restaurant or a bar that has outdoor seating in public right of way, and we provide for a limited provision of those licenses. Typically, that also includes that business, be it a bar or restaurant, including that outdoor area in their licensing with the state, whether it's a 2 COP, which is beer and wine, or a 4 COP, which is liquor. Those sketches also come along with those permits, and then as the city, as the zoning authority, we sign off on those state permits.
But there's also a difference in if you have private property, correct? Where you called it a cafe, but it's just where you're allowed to serve alcohol outside, right?
Correct. Right.
Previously, you would have to have it within a patio or porch, so
right.
like a constructed patio or porch. But under our current one, any seating area would be fine, and it could be anywhere on the property. It doesn't necessarily have to be attached to the building.
That's correct. We did make some changes to the city's sidewalk and outdoor cafe ordinances, if you remember, several years ago, related to physical barriers, railings, things like that. So that this would be a sort of reversion back to some of those provisions in our code.
Wait, so would you need a physical barrier now in a sidewalk cafe? Is that?
You would once the reinstatement occurs, you would.
Okay, so anywhere that there's a sidewalk cafe currently, there would then now have to be a 4-foot barrier or something. Is that what's in the code currently? Or
Right, it would be the reversion back to the previous code.
All right. What I hope that if we do move forward with this, we'll consider. I mean, a lot of I can think off the top of my head, and I don't want to name any names here, but a number of establishments that have expanded out where they serve alcohol that are not necessarily attached to the building. That if we go back on this, we'll put them. Where would that leave if there's a business that decided that they wanted to expand out to have, say, a standalone place where they would sell beer, or if they wanted to sell in a place that may not be a porch or patio, they reversed it, would they then have to shut that portion down, or what would that work if you were you had invested at that point and then you're going back?
So what occurred sort of prior to open container was that businesses, bars or restaurants would on occasion do an extension of premise. So if normally, all of the dispensing consumption would happen inside of the building, or maybe inside of the building and within like an attached or porch or patio, and they wanted to extend that out, let's say into their parking lot for Cinco de Mayo or St. Patrick's Day. Those were very common things. They would do a temporary extension of premise just for that day, and there's provisions both in state law or in their permitting for that as well.
And if we pass this, then how would that?
We would go
change?
back to that.
Okay.
Yep.
So that would be a change that's beyond just open container and that. And then I just wanted to make sure that whatever we pass here today, right now it's potential that we will pass this in entertainment zones if we follow the way that what the mayor just put out there. But these two things kind of go in contradiction to one another. Like there's very specific areas where we're allowed to drink under the existing ordinance, certain parks, but those parks are in the entertainment zone. There's kind of odd things related to event space that's in there. So like Fest, I think of, they would have to apply for an event space permit in order to sell drinks within the places that they're having music playing. But you can't walk with those drinks out into a place where there is open container. They are legally barred from allowing people to leave with drinks, which isn't the end of the world. It's just sort of because we're passing these two things simultaneously. I hope that whatever we pass, we ask staff to come back and say, make sure that these two things meld together in a way that is seamless and doesn't create sort of odd policy contradictions.
Mr. Mayor, if you, I think just to sort of cut to the chase, if that's the direction of the commission, I think we can do both things, and we can clean up any areas of conflict in between the two, if that's what the commission wants.
All right, that's all I have. I have paperwork here on some of the revised changes that I would recommend that would bring us back to banning open container on public property, but would not impact a lot of the businesses that are in there that I'd like to hand around for us. Yeah. And that's all I have, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Eastman. Let me point out as we go forward, just in case it isn't clear to folks, because it's often not, this is the first reading of an ordinance. Every time we change the city's code of ordinances, in other words, pass an ordinance, it has to have two readings. So today is the first reading. We can, for instance, we could say, we could pass an ordinance with a simple majority and say, just like it is, just the way it's been distributed. We could say, bring this back with some renovations next time around for second reading, and then it could pass and become law, become part of the code of ordinances on second reading. No matter what we pass today, it does not become law yet until the second reading, just to make that a little more clear. All right, Commissioner Willits.
Mr. Mayor, I think this is a question for Mr. Persons. Regarding sidewalk cafes, how often do they have to update their permit or with the city to continue operating, specifically the sidewalk cafes?
It's an annual permit.
It's an annual. Did we found that at least one business had not been submitting annually, correct?
Yes, that's generally the case. While the code says it's an annual permit, that traditionally the city has not had those renewals, although we are starting that again.
And that was kind of the question I wanted to ask, is where we're at on, because things happened decades ago, something is put into
Right.
place, and how we follow up with it. And so I think that's my only question. I had similar concerns to Commissioner Eastman about peeling back and going back to something that was not just as simple as consumption in the right of way, that there was a lot more involved on businesses about how they serve, whether it's an outdoor cafe on their property and they've just taken a different portion of it, they're not serving out of a window or a porch or whatever. And then also sidewalk cafes, because to a large degree, some people are very familiar with perhaps a sidewalk cafe because they've literally stepped outside of the business and been served a drink with their meal, so people are a little more used to that. So I'm very concerned about this, how we do that in that way. And that's why this repeal is not as simple as let's just go back to the old days, because I don't think everyone wants everything that was in the old days, even the people who generally support it. And I don't think that it should be that people have to go through a lot of permitting and exceptions and permission to do things, particularly temporarily, that they can do things without having to get into all of the bureaucracy of applying, getting a special use permit of some sort. There's always going to be cases where that's if someone wants to close down an entire street, have a huge festival, those things happen. I understand that. So that's all I have right now. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm still against repealing or reinstating the ban. I think, as we've seen from hundreds of emails that we've gotten, I think a lot of them cited it is unjust to punish the 99% for the actions of the 1%. To treat grown adults who are capable of purchasing alcohol legally like children because 1% of the population acts out or causes a nuisance. So that is one element of that. To go back to when we first passed it, it was considered an element to support businesses, not just downtown, but all businesses. Because I can think of plenty of other restaurants or establishments that do serve an alcohol of some type outside of the downtown area. It was to help them during COVID. But if we, at least 3 of us were still there, we also got letters of support from Southern Legal Counsel, really reminding us that open container bans were also one of the many ways we also attack our houseless neighbors, where everybody who does have a private residence of some sort can go enjoy an alcoholic beverage community and enjoy that kind of entertainment. And we are calling it entertainment. We're listing this as an entertainment zone in the next one. So, I mean, we all have the privilege of entertainment, even if it's like a hard seltzer, like it has almost no alcohol, but still. Those of us who do not have permanent shelter or access to that shelter, too bad, you can't. It is, I think as Commissioner Eastman said, it can be criminalized. Hopefully not, but a civil citation is still a problem. If I don't have money for rent, I certainly don't have money for a ticket. And if I just want to celebrate anything, if I've had a bad day, I can't do that. I don't have access to that the same way everybody else probably in this room could. So really, I think the bans are archaic. I think we can trust our community, and we can trust the vast majority of our community, otherwise we'd have a lot more arrests around here. We can trust the vast majority to be responsible. I don't think an entertainment, and I know I'm moving into the next topic, I don't think an entertainment district is really the solution. I think, as we've said before, and this was the case a year ago, this is what Equity and Inclusion told us a year ago, so I don't know what would change it now, that an entertainment district picks winners and losers. It picks businesses at the government's behest. It picks businesses that will succeed where others can't. It picks which businesses get a an advantage where, yeah, you can just walk around, you can be down here. It will probably raise rents in those properties because they're highly coveted, where now you can have alcohol here. So this property is a lot more, what's the word? I forgot. People will want to be in those areas because it does give them that advantage. So it'll make it a lot more popular. It'll probably raise the rates. It might push out some of these small local businesses out because people who do want to have that advantage will try to move into these spaces. I'm just thinking of possibilities that could happen if we make it such a tiny area where this is allowed. And I know, Mr. Mayor, that you've talked about, how can we replicate it? Where can we put it elsewhere? That is a pending conversation and research project. And until we have that solution, we have picked winners and losers. I don't think that's fair. I don't think that's the role of the government, to decide which businesses will succeed and which ones will fail. I don't think really it's our job right now. I am not going to vote to repeal this. I think if we wanted to make modifications, that's the time and place to make it something obvious, like not in parking lots, not in garages, not in your car. No nonsense ones that everybody can kind of understand. Not, oh, did I cross the street? Am I on the wrong side of the sidewalk? Because that's not useful for our neighbors. That's not useful for GPD. Is GPD going to have a little glow-in-the-dark map that says, okay, you have now crossed to the south side of 4th Avenue. Now you get a ticket. Like, that's ridiculous, and it puts an extra burden on our officers and our community. Whereas I do think we had a much simpler solution put before us by staff of reduce the hours, take away some really obvious places that are easily identified, and see how that works. That was a modest step in one direction as opposed to yanking the rug out. And I would remind this commission that back in January, this commission said exclusionary zoning was too big, too fast, too much. And so you repealed it. This is a too big, too fast, let's just repeal it all, change to a business practice that for the most part has worked really well. So if the logic applies to one, why doesn't it apply in this case where we are taking away a financial benefit, a much needed financial benefit from a lot of our businesses because a few, very few, I would say less than 1% of the population have acted less than decently. And I still haven't seen any data that tells me it is because of alcohol. Last I checked, when I go get a margarita, I don't get a free shotgun. Otherwise, I'd have a lot of stuff to give to the gun buyback when GPD has it. The alcohol and the gun are not the same thing. It isn't. And to equate the two is honestly ridiculous in my opinion. I think we have made one substantial change as of April and May that has seen some results as far as like calming down block parties and car parties and all that. That has slowly calmed down. I think the next logical step was pull back the hours a little and see how that works, rather than flipping a switch on and off, on and off, on and off, because that doesn't really help anyone. So I appreciate the recommendations that Commissioner Eastman put forward. I think they are well thought out if we must go that way, but I'm not going to vote to repeal this. It's silly. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Sacco. I would say that calling a position silly may not be the best approach, but that's okay. I have been on both sides of this issue. I argued vehemently that people ought to be able to be trusted to have a drink, that people are grown, and they ought to be able to be treated like they're grown. Unfortunately, we are, to my knowledge, the only city in Florida and one of only a literal handful in America that just doesn't have an open container ordinance at all, or we just don't, or essentially do not. Because of that, what I hear from large parts of the community and from our public safety professionals is that folks are advertising this as a tourist destination where there ain't no laws. And that's a problem, because then people come and act like there ain't no laws. We've had two people come here with firearms and kill people here who came up more than likely because they were invited to come here to party. Gainesville is always going to be a party destination because, well, it's absolutely true. I mean, we can say, no, that's not true. It is a reality. And I wish that it were not, but these things happened. People aren't alive anymore that had no relationship with the people who shot them. There are a couple ways to keep that from happening. You make sure that people who ought not have guns don't have guns, but unfortunately, the state of Florida won't let us do that. Or you can say, let's not invite people to come here and do things that they can't do in the communities that they come from. That's what's before us, and that's what changes my mind about this. And that's what makes me think that the next option that we'll consider a little bit later is a good middle ground between the two. So those are just my thoughts on it. Commissioner Book, and then we'll hear from Commissioner Chestnut, and then we'll hear from the public. Commissioner Book.
So thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think this is exactly what community input is about. We have, for those who are not sitting up here at the dais, we have 5 items on the agenda today, and 3 of them deal with ordinances related to things that create public safety, in my estimation, in our community. The other 2 are meaningful also, but all 3 of those deal and overlap with things like crowd management, special events, alcohol, a downtown and entertainment district. So they're very, very helpful. And the interrelation, like Commissioner Eastman, what you talked about, the interrelationship of those is good. Now, 2 of them are these first 2 items. So the one that we're talking about right now as it relates to open container is very separate and distinct in my mind to that relates to the entertainment district or the hospitality district. And the reason for that is because there's opportunities in land use and zoning to carve out the manner in which we use specific areas. And then there's things like what we talk about, which is an open container allowing a behavior anywhere, anytime, 24/7. So as it relates to this first one, open container runs, these are 2 very different. My thought about open container as a specific ordinance is we had it in place for many, many, many years. I don't even know when it first started, but it certainly went back at least 30 years. And it's only the last 2.5 that we changed that was related to what I think was really thoughtful actions by the previous commission related to the fact that we were in a pandemic. Businesses were in fact suffering, and there weren't many people out there. That's different from today. Even though we still have some health issues, we are outside that pandemic. And there are no other city, like you talked about, Mr. Mayor, that we have found that allows open consumption of alcohol anywhere, anytime. And there is research-based evidence that indicates there's a nexus between alcohol and violence. It doesn't mean that the vast majority of people who drink will cause violence. I completely agree. Most of us behave in ways that make us responsible adults, and I really appreciate that point by Commissioner Sacco. On the other hand, we do have real issues with violence and alcohol and crowd management, and it is clearly a public safety issue in the city of Gainesville. So in that regard, I think that we have so many people here. I would like to hear from the public, and I think we probably have people downstairs also, if I'm not mistaken. One clarification I thought was important. Mr. Parsons, if we could just ask a question about the ordinance. The way it's been used historically, at least in the last several years, was primarily as a civil citation. So I know it has a criminal component, but I am almost certain that virtually all of the citations, if not all of them, were civil versus criminal, because it would never be my intent to have an action like nuisance or open container or there's a couple other civil citations, noise, that are not in fact enforced with a criminal violation unless there's some real specific reason that causes us to do that. So just talk a little bit about that civil versus criminal and how open container has been used in the past.
That's my understanding. I'm going to actually try not to speak on things that I am tangentially aware of, but I don't know if Chief Inspector Koenig or Chief Scott want to speak on that, but that is my understanding as well, Commissioner.
All right.
Welcome, Chief Scott.
Thank you, Chief.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. The way that we enforce the open container is that it is typically done with a civil citation unless the person is aggressive and or there's some previous interaction that the person did not respond to the initial, this is their third citation, so to speak. But typically, the vast majority of folks that we deal with receive civil citations, and that's the way it's disposed of. It takes a lot of staffing being an issue, and whether or not it's not. Remember, we had issue with the amount of staff that personnel that they had in the jail. We elected to go to a civil citation, which allows us the chance to avoid taking people out to the jail. That takes the officer off the road. But also, when we do that type of thing, it also puts another person in jail who's going to get out the very next morning. It's not something that we want to do or care to do. So there are other factors that factor in to determine whether or not that person is going to go to jail or not. But civil citation is typically the recourse that we use.
Yeah, thank you. I would, I would just echo, I think, what the chief saying, that typically, I would view open container as largely a civil process with a ticket, much like a ticket or a fine. And I think actually that's the most appropriate way to go as it relates to that one. So I'll be prepared to make a motion, but I really would like to hear, I suspect we're gonna have many people speaking to both this and the next item, which will be the hospitality district, which is a very, realize that they are very separate, even though they may seem to overlap with some issues. So that will be very helpful, I know, at least for me, and I'm certain for my colleagues also. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Book. Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree with Commissioner Book. This is a public safety issue. We had a gun violence workshop symposium in August where much research was presented that tied the inhibitions that are taken away with alcohol, how that all contributes into gun violence. Now, I've received several emails that said, well, look at celebrations. Celebrations is allowed to have alcohol. One thing that's different at celebrations, that's different from downtown, is that celebrations provides private security out there to help manage the people that are there and perhaps drinking alcohol, but they have a private security that they pay for. Now, I think that if we had the business district, or the, what's it going to be called? Thank you. Business Improvement District, then we would be able to generate the funds to support the security for downtown. I have a real problem in looking at the data that was presented in August from the police department that while what had gone up was property crimes, 4,500. The police are down here managing the alcohol while people are out in the neighborhoods breaking into homes, entering private property. So that is a great concern. I think that this may be coming before we get the Business Improvement District, but I think that someone must bear the cost of paying for the security. Security is very important. That is not addressed here. It's not addressed. So I'm going to support the motion. I'm going to support the ordinance that is on the floor, that is on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Chestnut. So I don't see any other lights. I'm going to start the process of inviting folks up to speak. The way we'll do this, the clerk will list out the next three people. So if you hear your name here or you hear your name downstairs, make your way up and be ready so that we don't have a lot of gap in between speakers. Again, 3 minutes, little lights up there. If it's green, you got plenty of time. If it turns yellow, you got about a minute or less. And when it turns red, I'm about to ask you to wind down and make room for somebody else. Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have 7 speakers signed up currently. First will be Debbie Martinez. Second will be Dottie Faisby. Robert Mounts is third, and Danny Hughes is fourth. So first up is Debbie Martinez.
Welcome, Ms. Martinez.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. I'm Debbie Martinez, and I will be succinct. As a former downtown bar and restaurant owner and retired registered nurse, I'm in full support of returning to the pre-pandemic open container ordinance, one of the best public health and safety prevention policies our city has ever had for decades. Businesses, excuse me, I'm sorry, okay, and excuse me, businesses thrive when cities are safe. Residents are suffering, and this is the only thing the city can do to help reduce the crime and chaos our residents are having to suffer with. We cannot control state law, we cannot control federal laws, but we can protect our residents with city tried and true prevention policies. As our state attorney stated, with Gainesville recently allowing citywide drinking in the streets during the pandemic, our city has become a regional draw, a magnet for people to come to our city and create a public health and safety nightmare, a nightmare for our residents, putting a strain on our hospitals, paramedics, and police officers. No other city in the entire state or country allows people to walk around their entire city drinking alcohol. Some larger cities loosened their outdoor drinking ordinances during the pandemic and reinstated them after COVID vaccinations became widely available. Like former District 1 City Commissioner Ed Jennings Sr. and Mayor Paula Delaney stated back when our city was faced with a similar crisis, when it comes to public health and safety, it's not about the number of people who want to continue with loose public health and safety policies that matters. It's about what is in the best interest of the community as a whole. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez.
So Robert Mounts is next, followed by Danny Hughes, Gregory Stetz.
You forgot Dottie Fabacy.
Oh, I apologize. I put her.
I knew. I knew I was next.
Welcome, Ms. Fabacy.
Bless you, Dottie. So then it will be Robert Mounts, Danny Hughes, and then Gregory Stetz.
Great, thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Commissioners. My name is Dottie Fabacy, and I'm a resident of the Pleasant Street neighborhood, and I'm here in support of public safety. I support the repeal of the current ordinance, and I really want you to all consider bringing back the full ordinance from the 3 years ago. It's a little confusing, but thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And you're right, Ms. Fabacy, it is confusing. The phraseology behind all of this throws people off quite a bit. And I wish there were a simpler way to do it, but this is what we have. Mr. Mounts. And then Mr. Hughes and Mr.
We have,
Stetz, correct?
yeah, Mr. Hughes, Mr. Stetz, and then Johnny Law after that.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor. By the way, Commissioner Duncan Walker is en route. This is an important vote. She knows that. I'm Robert Mounts, past president of the University Park Neighborhood Association, and I attended their board meeting Tuesday night. One of the members of that board is another past president, Bob Cohen, who's on the Police Advisory Council. Their vote unanimously was to support full enforcement of the open container ordinance as it was pre-COVID. They also had concerns about the second part, and I'll address that more if I'm able to. I can stay here until 4 o'clock. But they basically think, I will just say, that it should be narrowed. If there's an entertainment district, it should be much smaller than what's been proposed by the staff or the merchants, I don't know. As you know, my main argument has been consistent with a lot of the sources identified by Commissioner Book, that there is a direct link between alcohol abuse and violence of all kinds, sexual assault, and in our case, gun violence. I've also said many times that while the state has preempted the field when it comes to guns, to the point where it's just totally absurd. You can get a gun without a permit and without training, a handgun, and can carry that concealed weapon. And we have virtually no tools to combat that, but we can regulate alcohol, and we should. You know, the most compelling evidence in August for bringing back this ordinance was from Chief Lonnie Scott with the statistics about how crime and violence has gone up during this period of COVID, when we had these relaxations to benefit bar owners. And also by State Attorney Brian Kramer, who said Gainesville has become a draw for this kind of activity from people outside who just know this is a place where there is no law, as you said. We need to stop that, and we need to put regulations on it, and we need to monitor how that goes. I can't prove, that any of the 9 or so homicides that have occurred in the last couple of years have been due to alcohol and gun, but my 43 years of experience in the military, advising commanders in the military, tells me there's a very close relationship, and we should end that in Gainesville now.
Thank you, Mr. Mounts. Mr. Hughes.
Do you want me to just say the
So we had Hughes, Stetz.
Mr. Law, and then Nora Rodriguez?
Okay, thank you. Welcome, Mr. Hughes.
Hello, everybody. I think a lot of folks know where I stand on a lot of things, so I'm actually never prepared for these, but I am going to skip the first paragraph that says, we do a lot of stuff outside and nobody gets hurt and it's fine. A lot of talk about safety lately, and I agree with that. We never argue against safety in our city, ever. I've spoken to nearly every commissioner and the mayor about this subject, and I've spoken at length. And what keeps coming up is this one thing that I keep hearing from so many people, is this attracts people from out of town to come to our town because of the perception of lawlessness. I don't agree with that, because our job as entertainers and as an entertainment community is to attract people from out of town. Gator Football, Fest, Pride, the Arts Festival, the street circuses, what we do at Lucy's, what Jacob does at the Bowl, all of those things are intended and should attract people from outside. It is our job as a tourism center that we want to be, to bring people to our town. This is a byproduct. This is a tool that we have to bring people here. No one goes to New Orleans because they can drink a beer on the sidewalk at Bourbon Street. I'm sure somebody goes to New Orleans to sit on the sidewalk and drink a beer at Bourbon Street, but the reality is it's a secondary thing. It's an external privilege, an extra thing they get to do. They go to New Orleans, they go to Savannah, you go to Asheville because it's walkable, it's interesting, and you want to be there. This is a secondary tool that tourism folks like myself have to bring folks in. The open container change was made because of COVID-19. Many times I keep hearing the COVID pandemic is over. And while that may be true for some people, it's not true for everyone. There are masks in this room right now, so people are clearly conscious of it. But more importantly, the economic impact to their hospitality industry specifically is far from complete. But even more than that, we have seen a tectonic shift in the entire industry and how our businesses are approached by our guests. People have been able to move outside. People have been able to move into public spaces. Happy hour happens earlier. People are gathering in their own communities and neighborhoods and utilizing these privileges that they have. And there has to be a middle here. We have to find how to support that and combat the violence. I understand that this is far from perfect. It wasn't perfect before either. And I think that's very important. A complete repeal is a step backwards for what we can be. There's been countless people who have made the most of this policy, and there's a grassroots community-based groundswell that is building and will continue to build. And we will be able to bring vibrance back to our community if we are allowed to still function the way we are functioning now, even if we have some more restrictions on it. I believe that we could look back on this moment in the future and realize that we did something great and this was a massive turning point for our community. People won't remember who you are, but they will remember what you did. And we can do something really incredible here, but we have to do it together.
You hit the mark. Very nice. That is odd. That never happens. No, stop. Look,
No.
here's the deal. We don't do that. We don't clap because we also don't jeer. And if the clapping happens, then the jeering will eventually follow, because there are different sides of the coin here. So I understand the desire to do it. Please don't, and that it just works easier if we don't do that. So thank you.
So we actually have Gregory Stetz next, and then it's Mr. Long. Sorry, sir.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, and then following Mr.
And
Law.
then Nora Rodriguez
Nora
is our last
Rodriguez, okay.
speaker, yes.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Gregory
Welcome, Mr.
Stetz. I think most of you guys know who I am, my involvement with the city. And I usually don't like to get up here, but I feel like this is important. There are so many local businesses struggling. And as a real estate developer with intense interest around the city, there are dozens on the verge of collapse. Like Celebration Point, Butler Plaza, those entities have absolutely decimated us financially. And I know this, because I deal with often the books of these businesses. I have to see them. It's a big problem, and I'm not trying to downplay it, but even look at Chomp the Block and Celebration Point. We can't even draw people before football games. And historically, we used to have this influx, and now businesses are telling me during football games they're losing money. Not all, but many of them. It's incredible, and I'm not sure how many of you guys are in touch with the business community and what they're suffering. So I would ask you to look at that. I've heard a couple of things today that I'd like to address, and one being enforcement. I've been the victim of hundreds of crimes in this city over the 20 years I've been here. These block parties existed well before this ordinance was repealed, well before, and I've watched GPD ignore drug trafficking, prostitution, crack cocaine usage, you name it, and they have just sat there. I've watched officers flirt with drunk girls at parties while someone was dealing crack cocaine, and they refused to arrest them before COVID. So this excuse that, okay, we need this to enforce, it's not true. I don't quite understand why this is going through. Because they never enforced it anyway. Even Commissioner Book said it's used, it's not enforced all the time. It's used at discretion. That's how it's always been. There are other laws that can be used in order to combat the issues everyone's talking about. It's just law enforcement chooses to not do them. I don't know why. I've been talking about this since before COVID because we've had so many issues with these block parties, which have nothing to do with this alcohol enforcement. So instead, I think you're going to push through this massive thing, which is going to kill downtown even more. Because tourism, like Mr. Hughes was saying, you guys don't understand how important it is. Like, we need it. Where are these tax dollars going to come from? And we are competing with other entities, and we're losing because downtown doesn't have a voice. And I also think this district is too small, and I don't think the answer is in eliminating it. I think it's in creating a new ordinance that guides it better. When you go to other cities, they tell you 16-ounce clear cups that are issued by the establishments who have alcohol licenses. Those are the ones you're allowed to have on the street. It's not just, okay, you can just come into town, bring a cooler in and start drinking, like, Bacardi 151. You have to have one of these cups. Then you train the bartenders and the staff in order to help instruct the patrons about what they can do. That might help eliminate some of these block party issues. But ultimately, those parties could probably be, there's so many different law enforcement methods that can be used to stop them anyway. They're just not being used. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Stetz.
Mr. Law,
Okay.
and then Ms. Rodriguez.
Hello. Ad hoc. I am Johnny Law, global, despot, American president. Okay, I see what everyone is speaking about with these ordinances and the codes and stuff like that. Like, all right, you can't continue using the alcohol as a reason for like all the actions that the people are proceeding. They want to do all these violence and all this other stuff before they start drinking, before they start drugging and all that other stuff. They're continuing to use the alcohol as a, like a wedge, an excuse. So like, yeah, when the ordinance passes, this ordinance is good to show that there's some stability. And that rumor that I have got rid of law, that's a lie. Because law and order is here permanently to stand forever, as you were told in 2014. And law is something that is permanent. Your ordinance may go up and down according to the behavior of the community, the peoples, the individuals, or what may take place. Now, like, I understand they're concerned about who's going to make money and how much money is going to be made. I understand America just came out of startup in 2012. You guys are worried about losing money, losing profits and this, that. I need you not to be worried about that. 2024 is coming forward, and more amendments are being made to carry you where you think that there's going to be a fall. Because America just started creating actual currency to go along with your legal tender that you're spending. So don't think that you're losing out. America is always going to have United States back, a new United States back, United Sovereign back. The three work hand in hand together. So like, as I continue to write laws, like the statute and codes and the ordinance writers are going to continue to write ordinance to help bring you around to what's really going on in America. Now, the rumor that things are lawless, that's just a rumor, and that will never be. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And
Nora Rodriguez, our last speaker.
welcome, Ms. Rodriguez.
Good evening, everybody, or I'm sorry, good morning, everybody. All right, I have two questions, and this is open to, I would especially love to hear from the board, but this is open to the rest of the room as well. Number one, can we attribute the killings that happened in recent times to alcohol? Like, can they be directly attributed to the fact that these were like people that were intoxicated, and that is what caused them to be violent?
So we don't do discussion. This
Right.
is your opportunity.
I'm so sorry.
But, yeah.
You know what? Let's just think of that as a rhetorical question. I'd love you to sort of think about that as we keep going. Looking at the time here, I guess the second question, again, this is I apologize. These are not rhetorical questions. Something I can just think about, ruminate on, is do we really think? I guess I'll present this to the rest of the people that are behind me, the beautiful people that are behind me. Earlier, I heard the board something along the lines of that having an open container policy sort of creates this image that Gainesville is a place of tourism. I think, did everyone hear that right earlier? That the board is concerned that Gainesville is going to be perceived as a town that's meant for tourism. How is that a bad thing? We live in Florida. The entire economy of Florida is built on tourism. I would find it quite concerning that the board finds it a problem that people are wanting to come to downtown and support local businesses and enjoy sort of the more accessible, walkable parts of our city. I mean, I also just think there's nothing that we can do to attribute alcohol to these acts of these individual people. I mean, we had one person come up with reasoning along the lines of, oh, we have all these problems with we don't have any gun control or gun regulation, and we keep having all these problems with gun violence. But oh, you know what? Let's forget about that. Maybe it's the alcohol. That's ridiculous. They just outlined the reason that we have gun problems. You want to talk about, why we've had a rise in sort of violence and crime during COVID? Maybe it's COVID. Maybe it's because people have lost their jobs. Maybe it's because the cost of living in Gainesville and everywhere in the state and the country has gone up, and people's wages necessarily haven't gone up. So to attribute crime to people coming to downtown, wanting to enjoy the fact that it's like nice and walkable, and they want to be able to enjoy other people's company and the arts, I think is just ridiculous. I got about 5 seconds left. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. No one else?
That was our last speaker, Mayor.
Okay, all right, that's a lot fewer than I expected, so. Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to everyone who spoke and who's here. So I'd like to reiterate my point, and I think it's a point made by the majority of the room that, and Nora just made, that we can't 100% say alcohol caused the incidents we had here. I'd also venture to guess that someone who is willing to shoot someone is not going to listen to laws about open consumption of alcohol. They're going to drink either way, at home, in their car, while driving and texting, while walking to their victim. They're not going to care. The same people who don't care about murder don't care about drinking. Like, it's expecting someone who has no care for human life to care about law. That said, I did want to bring up the point where, we have had a rise in crime, but my understanding is, according to our last quarterly update from GPD, is that violent crime is on the rise everywhere. And I think we've said, from other people up here, no ordinance or law quite like Gainesville's exists elsewhere. So what is driving the rise of violent crime everywhere else? Because we have decided it is alcohol. So what's causing it in those other places? There are plenty of other cities that do have either an entertainment district or just some degree of allowance. None of those cities are regarded as the stereotype of violent, rundown dystopia. As I was doing research for this a while back, and I had to go back and find it again, there are things that are strictly prohibited, and then there are things that the law is silent on. So in the state of Indiana, the law is silent. There's nothing saying you can't walk around with an open beverage. We don't think of Indiana as a lawless Wild West where people get shot up. And if you do, what happened to you in Indiana? But generally, that's not what we think. And they just allow it because people are trusted to be responsible. So I think trying to say that one causes the other does many things that are just inherently in poor taste. One, it says the perpetrator is not at fault because it's alcohol. So if someone rapes, if someone murders, if someone steals, it's not their fault, it was alcohol. That takes away a lot of responsibility from that person, and I think that's a little disgusting. It falsely equates one with the other. We don't have enough data to say definitively, or even beyond a doubt, let's say beyond a reasonable doubt, that is what causes it. I did want to make a motion. I don't know if we're going to get it, if I'll get a second for it, but I'm going to try it anyway. I would like to move ordinance number 2023622, which is staff's original recommendation of reducing hours and locations, on first reading by title only.
Second.
Hang on, that is,
622. It's the ordinance that staff originally prepared, reducing the hours to 11:30.
so that's not the one that's in our.
It is not the one in the backup currently. It is the one in the backup from last month.
Mr. Attorney, you want to fill us in there?
Mr. Mayor, it is in the backup. In fact, just recently we received an inquiry from a commissioner whether that would be properly before the commission, and we double-checked the titles of the ordinance, the title of the ordinance, the earlier version that came to you a few weeks ago, and the version that right now is that later, subsequently, is before you, that would return the state of the ordinance back to the pre-2020 state. Both of them have substantively the same title. The advertisement would apply to either. Both of them are part of the backup, have been available in the clerk's office for more than a week now. I think both of them are certainly on the table. Almost, I was going to say almost like alternate ordinances, but exactly like alternate ordinances for this same item.
All right, thank you. So you are talking about the one that
Reduces the hours to 11:30 p.m. And limits some locations where consumption can happen.
Okay, so since that is a previously drafted ordinance, let's call that 622A.
Okay.
If that's.
I mean,
good
it's
with
622
everybody.
is the number. The current one
Right,
here has a
I-
different number.
Okay. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, procedurally.
Very quickly, yeah, because we got a couple other folks already late. Go.
Well, just procedurally, when Commissioner Book started his comments, he said that he had a motion to put on the floor. I think he was being respectful and waiting for everyone to comment, but I believe he was first in line to put a motion on the floor.
Well, there is a motion that has been made, and there have been seconds to it, and we'll go through that. Do you have anything else to say about that one?
Yes, sir. That our rules explicitly state that the making a motion may not be reserved at any point.
Yes,
So
I understand. I've already said it's
just
your
wanted
motion.
to defend myself there. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Eastman.
Thank you. I kind of want to talk just broadly about this and then get to Commissioner Sacco's motion, which I didn't expect. I hope that everyone read the over 100 or so odd emails that we got in, because I think they did a very good job here of showing something that I realized as I was having this, as I was kind of thinking all of this through, which is that I think people see this as two different things. There's the folks that I would say go to these places who have seen the impact that open container has had on places like up in Grove Street or down at the Streetery. Where you see that what used to be confined to just these small air-conditioned spaces where you would have to have your events, which tend to benefit, folks that could afford large spaces in order to have events. So usually kind of more corporatized or larger areas. Suddenly that has opened up places like How Bizarre, which is this place that is ran by young people. Primarily LGBTQ led, a lot of minority leadership there, to have these exciting events that are not confined to these small little air conditioned spaces, but can stretch across all of downtown. It's really made a very lively area. I remember I was walking from my house by Samurai Skate Shop the other day, and there was a little pop-up punk rock show that was going on that theoretically could have always happened, but open container, when you go out on a Friday or Saturday night, part of what you're doing is you are just having a drink. And you may notice that none of the people that sent us any emails were talking about partying. No one was talking about alcohol. Nobody was talking about, what a great time, what a cool time they were having. It was all about community. It was all about friendship. It was all about supporting local businesses. One email stuck out to me where a woman said that so much of the Gainesville that she knew and grew up with has changed over time, that the new apartments coming in, things that we hear a lot about up here. But that one part that has stayed there is these kind of organic outgrowths from these businesses where people are able to use these unused parking lots in order to have these pop-up events. People are able to go to trivia in front of Lucy's, things like that. That it just, by giving that little bit of flexibility, it has really benefited, I'd say, the smaller business owners and folks like that, which I think it's really, that's not what I would have expected. I know that was not the original intent of open container back when it was passed. And I think there were benefits in certain communities not, being on the wrong side of the law over time. I totally did not expect that this would give this kind of a tool, and that's why I think you saw so much of the arts community come out and point this out. And I think for those of you who haven't been out to see, the Streetery on a Friday night or a Saturday night, or seen sort of the outgrowth of these things, it really is it's cool. It is what we want Gainesville to be. It is that organic growth and that kind of grassroots arts community that I think we all envision it. Balancing that out with, violence. I am still not seeing, there's the data. I don't see the data that's there that's telling us that there is a correlation there, but I'm also not seeing the anecdotes even. I don't hear many stories about someone having an open container and then and shootings occurring. I think I've actually been surprised how the lack of impact that open container has had on some of these things. It's surprising that after 3 years, the best that we can have is that our violence stats track the rest of the United States of America. Without that, I hate to draw back what I'm seeing is seeing what we want Gainesville to be in that organic growth that we want from our arts community and from our small businesses, for the kind of theoretical, there may be a connection here, but we're not really sure. On Commissioner Sacco's point, I voted against that motion the first time, and I was, and just so everyone in the room is aware, what brought this up in the first place is a compromise was made between, well, really I'd say a police department and portion of our general government and the commission's direction in the past that instead of getting rid of open container, we would just roll it back to 11:30, because a lot of these parties end up kind of growing over time, and so by 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning they get bigger and bigger and bigger, and then that's when GPD has a real problem of trying to get these very large groups under control. I voted against that kind of out of worry of what it would do to folks like I see Jacob, who will have concerts there in downtown, and those things will go past midnight sometimes. though I don't know if they're supposed to by our noise ordinance, but still, people are still hanging out outside, and just you have this kind of cutoff time, and it would be kind of, I wouldn't want people to be penalized with civil citations right at 12 because you haven't gone inside. Talking with all of them, I feel much more comfortable with that compromise from before. I don't know if we have the votes, but I have a feeling like in that last one, I was the vote that kind of pushed it in the opposite direction, and now I'm realizing that I made a mistake there, and that I wish if I could have a time machine, I'd go back and vote for that 11:30 compromise, but I don't know if we're still there. So I'll support your motion, Commissioner Sacco. And if it doesn't go forward, I think that there's hopefully a way forward on an entertainment district and and I would encourage you. I know that you said that you don't like that. I don't like that either, but we need to do something or we're going to lose a lot more of the vibrancy within our city that has been growing out of this. But I'll support the motion on the table, and thank you for bringing it forward.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Book.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So it kind of, as I was speaking before, the fact that we have a hospitality or entertainment or social district is a very different aspect of what we're talking about, and that's different and distinct from the open container. I do feel it's problematic if when somebody says that they would like to make a motion and we go to the public and hear that public, and then someone attempts to get in the mix and do that. I think that probably will impact our ability to operate very well, since we've been doing that in the last 8 months when somebody says that. So I understand both the rule of making a motion. I thought I had indicated I would have done it, and certainly if I felt it was a race to the buzzer, I would have said that earlier, but I think that would be really poor practice for us as a city commission going forward.
So let me address that before you go on there. We had two substantive points.
Yeah.
Our rules very clearly say that we don't get to reserve space for a motion. I try to offer that as often as possible. I also try not to shut things down when we're doing it. And I think by counting votes, you can probably tell where that one's going to go. But go ahead.
Yeah, I don't actually count the votes as it relates to issues. I try and listen to the community and figure out what seems to be the most broad-based support that's both ethical and a way and a path forward. I do feel like that many of the things that we've talked about, though, will probably be better addressed here on our next agenda item as we talk about the entertainment district. So that's my comments, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate the time.
Thank you. Commissioner Willits.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's absolutely a race to the button, particularly when we have an ordinance that's fully written and people want to tack on one individual thing. And that is, I've seen that on this commission. It's absolutely a race to the button because, or to be acknowledged first, because people will say a perfectly good ordinance with one little thing that's their opinion on it, and then rather than defeat it, often we go along with it. So no, it's the first to make a motion it is absolutely that.
So let's address rules at another time.
Right. So I just want to make sure that, I mean, this is the way we've been operating, the way I've been operating. I will be supporting this motion. I supported it when it was proposed a couple weeks ago because first of all, this allowed for immediately to return a tool back to GPD to handle and address safety, public safety. And as it was identified timing with shift change and the volume of people coming out, people already out in public and public right of ways, and then people coming out of bars or restaurant establishments, that had been identified as a potential area where they could use more tools, breaking up the times, and in certain spots like public parking lots, that would really provide them a tool. I think also glass bottles is in there because we really just don't need glass bottles on the streets. And so that provided some sort of immediate tool for GPD, and that's why I supported it previously, and that's why I support it now. It is really, truly a compromise measure to get a tool back to GPD. It perhaps is not the end-all, be-all, but I think it's a better solution right now, particularly because as we get into talking about the entertainment district, there are a lot of nuances and there are a lot of small details, and though there's a suggestion that we, be great if no matter what we decide, both of potential ordinances would go into effect, not this one as proposed, that's on the floor right now, but that they go into effect in January 1st. That sounds good, but that's not yet where we're at. And there's a real danger, I fear, from the very beginning I've had this fear that we will be prepared for going back to the old ordinance, and then not have an entertainment district in time for different things. Football, Pride, Fest, all those kind of things that happen downtown, that would be in this potential entertainment district. Because there's just a lot to talk about in the entertainment district, as will be evidenced by both the mayor's suggestions, Commissioner Eastman's suggestions, some opinions we're going to hear in the room as well, I'm sure. But outside of that, I do want to thank everyone for coming here, both for this issue and for the next one that is actually entertainment district. And we really did receive just a wide communication from the community. I was so glad to see people whose names weren't Bob and Sue and Karen and John. This was truly a younger crowd, a crowd of people who have come to Gainesville from different places or grew up here. And now they're youngish. I mean, we got to give up on young at some point, people. I'm saying we're not give up on the young, but give up on saying we're young. But it was really, really great to see just a much broader swath of the community communicating with commission. And I urge anybody who emailed well over 100 to continue communicating. You, as long as you live here, you are our constituents. Even people who come here from Hale Plantation, and they're still, when they spend time here, they're in our community. They're a guest and a tourist in our community. So thank you for communicating and continue to do that. I will stand in agreement with this motion. Thank you, Commissioner Sacco. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I think it's well over 200. You said
I think it probably is. All right, Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think in the spirit of what Commissioner Eastman said, it is, we don't really have a lot of good data on the issue. We don't have hard data to really tell us one way or the other. I am willing, if either of the, I don't know who eventually got put as the second, but if either Commissioner Willits or Eastman, I don't know which one's the second, is willing to modify my motion, I am willing to look at it as a test run, at least the scaling back of time, as a test run to gather data, to put very specific asks before GPD when violent crime does happen, when we have specific violent incidents, if they want to gather more data about alcohol use or presence. And I'm willing to make my motion conditional for the first 2 quarters of 24, just to gather that data so we can see if it does work, if it makes things worse, if it makes things better, if there's no change at all. I'm willing to make that compromise because I want to prove that it does work, it can work. And if either second would, and hopefully that wins over at least one more vote, in the spirit of data and having data-driven decisions and ordinances, if that wins over one more person, because we have a lot of feelings, and we have a lot of thoughts, and we have a lot of opinions, but we don't have a lot of hard data up here. No one really does. Not to connect the two anyway. So I'm willing, I don't know, do I just pick whoever was my second?
To see if they agree.
It was Commissioner Willits, I heard.
Okay. If Commissioner Willits is willing to make that conditional for the first 2 quarters of 24, and then we can review the data again, when GPD has another quarterly update at that point. I want to prove that this can work.
Yes, I agree with that.
Thank you. Thank you,
Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
All right, so that amends the motion. Is everybody clear on what we're about to vote on? Okay. This is roll call.
Yes.
So, go ahead.
We have Commissioner Eastman,
Aye.
Commissioner Chestnut,
No.
Commissioner Sacco,
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker,
No.
Commissioner Willits,
Aye.
Commissioner Book,
Nay.
Mayor Ward.
Nay. So that is, that fails with Willett, Sacco, and Eastman in the affirmative. Commissioner Book.
So I move 2023-622 according to staff recommendation, adopt the proposed ordinance.
So we have a motion and a second. By proposed ordinance, you mean the second one in the back.
Exactly what's under 622.
Well, there's confusion under which is 622, but.
It was a little bit. Yeah.
We're talking about the return to the pre-COVID stance. Will you consider making that effective January 1st?
Yeah, I actually thought that we'd probably defer to city staff as once we get through both these ordinances, we may want to address that and to see where we're at that point. So I probably don't want to do it in this motion, but I think we're going to need to give them sufficient time to hammer out whatever comes up after both ordinances. So I don't want to put that up at this moment.
I'm unable to support the motion unless it has that as part of it. And just to, I tried to be clear about that from the beginning, but that's only my vote. We'll see how everybody else is. January 1st is what I need from either this and or the entertainment district or whatever we end up calling the district. I don't see any other lights.
Yeah, what I was going to say was, Mr. Mayor, sorry, Commissioner Willis, was I didn't know if we had any public comment or any.
We've already had public comment on the overall thing, and when we move on to the next item on the agenda, we'll open for more public comment.
Okay. I'll make the motion with the potential provision that we add a implementation date of January 1st, 2024, if staff is able to make it for that particular timeframe.
Okay. What? Yeah, I need to be a little bit more. I mean, we have to set the date. Either we do or we don't.
I just did.
Okay. All right. So it's not an if; it's as part of the ordinance. Okay. You good?
Yes.
All right. All right. Thank you, Commissioner Willits.
I think that clarified my, what I needed clarity on was that it's setting a date. Obviously, there can be some change between first and second readings, but that's the one that definitely is going to be in the ordinance. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Thank you. All right. I see no other lights. So this is also a.
Can I just clarify, because I heard Commissioner Book say January 1st, 2024, if possible. And so you were saying January 1st?
If possible.
Okay.
Yes, Madam Clerk. Thank you. Thank you very much for that clarification.
Thank you. Yeah, that would be. Yeah. All right. Thank you. I appreciate the okay. All right. It's a roll call.
Commissioner Duncan Walker?
Aye.
Commissioner Eastman?
Nay.
Commissioner Chestnut?
Aye.
Commissioner Book?
Aye.
Commissioner Willits?
Nay.
Commissioner Sacco? Mayor Ward?
Aye. That passes 4-3 with Willett, Sacco, and Eastman in dissent. So let's move on to the next item.
Mr.
please.
Mayor, I
Yes.
wanted to just bring up,
Sorry.
I mean, if we don't give direction now between first and second reading, then we're going to continue on having criminal penalties within here for 60 days. We're going to continue. We are going to roll back the ability to sell alcohol on private property outside of a porch, which, as I said, I can name the businesses where this could impact. I'm not sure if they are aware at the moment, but we will get phone calls from folks if that. So I would like to, I guess, I would like to give direction that we remove the criminal penalties, that we do a warning before a civil citation, which is exactly how the noise ordinance works. I mean, you can turn your car stereo down before a citation is given. That way, if a police officer sees someone drinking outside of this area, they don't immediately give a civil citation. You can choose to either get back into the area or pour it out or throw it away. More flexibility to alcohol-related events, similar to the way the county does it, which is that in commercial or in industrial spaces, you're allowed to have you're allowed to use public right-of-way for events, and then to just make this work within, fit this in with the entertainment zones as it is.
Okay. And by entertainment zones, I presume you mean
Entertainment
the
districts.
next item.
Yeah, well, I mean, we can cancel that last part out because as Mr. Person said, that's going to happen anyway. You guys are going to make sure if we pass both these ordinances, they're going to come back and they're going to fit within one another.
So what you're asking for is a motion that would, or the motion you're making is something that would give direction to staff to amend what we just passed on when it comes back for second reading?
Yes.
Okay. All right, are you clear on that, Madam Clerk?
Can we just go over the provisions one more time? I have written warning, going to written warning, then civil citation.
And you have-
It's on your thing. I'm
Yeah,
sorry. I have it. Thank you.
All right, is there a second for that?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second, and this does not need to be roll call. I see no other lights because this is direction to staff. And he has a copy of that for staff, unless you have questions beyond that.
It's not a question, Mr. Mayor, so if it's not welcome, please stop me. But in the nature of this being sort of a GPC meeting that became a special meeting, I can tell you the discussion related to potential penalties for open container violations. It was back in 2011, where prior to that, enforcement of open container violations, I think, were purely under Section 1.9, which it's not a criminal violation, it's a criminal type sanction. So it's a shorthand, you'd refer to it like that because there are penalties commensurate with second-degree misdemeanors. So it's criminal type in effect, but it's still a municipal ordinance violation. And as you recall back then, I think there was an incident that was high profile where some visiting fans from, I think it was Tennessee, coincidentally enough, where they didn't have a local address. So instead of just giving a notice to appear, I think they were arrested, missed the game. And it became to the attention of the commission and to staff. And at the time, then there was following that an amendment to Section 4.4, which allowed open containers to be enforced by way of under Section 1.9 with penalties commensurate with a secondary misdemeanor or by civil citation. That option became available to law enforcement proceeding through. And I think following that even, management or the police went a step further and adopted a policy or at least a practice that they would defer to a civil citation, understanding that was more appropriate unless there was some sort of aggravating circumstance of the sort I think that the chief had mentioned. So that there were, I think, 3 challenges around the same time where we had hearings before the county court. I think it was Judge Green and Judge Jaworski, where the ability to exercise that discretion on the part of the government was upheld. So it's been tested in the courts and it has been sustained. From that point forward, we have had that option to enforce open container by civil citation or under 1.9, the criminal type sanctions, and generally it has been by civil citation. I suspect if we have statistics available, you'll see a drop off in the municipal ordinance violation by notice to appear. It dropped off dramatically, and civil citation has been the deferred method. That's just by information.
So I guess what I'm taking from that is, on a practical level, this may not change anything, right? I mean, we are doing civil citations, but I do think that we have given people the right to walk around with a drink in their hand. People may not be reading the Gainesville Sun or reading these things, and I think, and the idea that suddenly hearing that this could be 60 days in jail just on our books, even though we're not enforcing it in that way, doesn't seem like a particularly practical, good use of the space on here. So maybe it's not a huge difference in day-to-day people's lives, but it still is a criminal infraction. So that's.
So, Mr. Attorney, if someone doesn't respond to a civil citation, where does that end up?
It would become a civil judgment against them, which could be recorded and collected along with as like any other type of judgment. And I guess the only reason I wanted to interject with this is that method of enforcement, having been in place now we had a good length of time so we could analyze the data and the effect of it, it will have potential ramifications from law enforcement. And you may want them to weigh in, and I'm not saying on the spot, before any such change was being made. But this is just direction for us to bring something back like that. But it may be something that has greater ramifications as to what tool law enforcement has available to them when they are engaged in a stop with someone who may have an open container but also may have other potential violations going on of law, be they drug possession, outstanding warrants, weapons, things like that. The ability to have the custodial stop is, I think, significant to law enforcement in some circumstances, not all.
Commissioner Eastman, did you have anything else?
Yeah, I mean, I wrote this at a time when I believed, based on our public agenda review yesterday, you said you wanted this voted on today and then at the end of September. I was very happy to see, and I was very anxious and was ready to walk into here saying, this is not a proper way for us to do policy. We're rushing forward with this. Think about the impacts this could have. I was very happy to see this on here, which showed that we want to slow down. We want to make sure that we're listening to all the businesses, that that we're not rushing forward with something that could have unintended consequences. So I think bringing this forward, if we hear from GPD that, no, they think it's very important that is a tool, even though they don't utilize it. I'm not sure I fully understand it, but that would be, we can make that determination at that point. But I still would like to give direction that this is still my recommendation that we do this. And then we still have, I think, as you put here, about a month that we can review all of that before it comes back for second reading.
Right, okay. Commissioner Chestnut.
Yeah, I was just going to say, if you could just refer it to staff and let them come back and give us their recommendations.
Right, which is the intent of that motion, correct?
Yes.
Okay, So I see no other lights on that, and you're clear, Madam Clerk. All right, all in favor of Commissioner Eastman's motion, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, that passes unanimously. Okay, Madam Clerk.
So I had one quick clarification on the second reading. Did you need to talk about making the GPC on October 26th? The special meeting?
Sure, we can, would anyone like to make a motion that we make the General Policy Committee meeting on October 26th a special meeting, please?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to take that action. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All right. Any opposed? All right, that's unanimous. Let's move on to the next item.
Mr. Mayor, we have 2023-855, open containers of alcoholic beverages, an ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, adding regulations for an entertainment district related to open containers of alcoholic beverages and including a map for a downtown entertainment district by adding a new Article 4 within Chapter 4 of the Code of Ordinances, providing directions to the codifier, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Welcome, Mr. Persons. But before you get started, I would advise everyone that when we finish this item, we will take a brief recess for a comfort break and move through the rest of the business. So,
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Andrew Persons, Special Advisor to the City Manager. I'm going to be brief. On your overhead, you have the proposed boundary district of the downtown entertainment district as proposed. Within this district, the possession and consumption of a open container of alcohol would be permitted between the hours of 8 a.m. and 11:30 p.m. That alcoholic beverage would have to be within an approved container. And an approved container as defined in the proposed ordinance means an aluminum, plastic, or paper cup provided by an alcoholic beverage establishment and intended for the removal of an alcoholic beverage from the licensed premises. Approved containers may not exceed 16 fluid ounces in size and may not consist of cans, bottles, or glass containers. That is the language as proposed. There is a one drink limit per patron to leave an alcoholic beverage establishment. There is a prohibition on a person entering another alcoholic beverage establishment with an open container, whether required at that establishment or elsewhere. There is a requirement for notice of boundaries, and that would be in two ways. One would be a requirement that any licensed establishment, whether it be an alcoholic beverage establishment, aka a bar or a restaurant, would need to provide a copy of the proposed district inside of the establishment. And the city would also go forth and, if approved, would install physical signage around various points within the district and without. Enforcement would be done through either the Section 1-9 or Section 2-339 of the Code of Ordinances, and I won't belabor that since Mr. Nee has gone into detail. Essentially, within this district, open container would be permitted within certain limitations. One, it would be patrons would need to purchase a alcoholic beverage from a licensed establishment, a bar or restaurant. It would need to be within an approved container. And within that district, the patrons could walk around. They can't walk sort of outside of the district, and they can't take that beverage into another establishment. But essentially, that's the district. In terms of the district boundary, you actually, in your existing ordinance, the alcoholic beverage ordinance that you just voted on, has a map of a downtown district. This has been a district that has existed in your alcohol ordinance for a very long time. It details a boundary very, very close to this. There are a few exceptions. We added Depot Park to the proposed district, and we actually added the entirety of the Power District, which is down here, to be inclusive of the district. within the existing alcoholic beverage ordinance that just got put back into place, essentially that downtown district is where nonprofits and other agencies could apply to have open container permitted by the city. So rather than staff sort of starting to draw maps, sort of out of thin air, we went with what was already in code as a basis, understanding that the commission at this stage may want to make adjustments to the map, which we can bring back on second reading. So that's it. I'm happy to answer any questions and go from there.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Persons.
Absolutely. And I'll leave a map up for anyone who needs to refer to it.
Good.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a question on the map. So you're saying under the current ordinance, alcoholic ordinance, the entertainment district stretches to the Rosa Williams Center?
Yes,
Is
if you give me a second, I can actually grab
Thank you,
that map.
thank you. Yeah. That's Rosa Williams right there. I don't know. So I'm just trying to see that, because this seems to be really expanded. It goes to the Rosa Williams Center, which is, what street is that, Nikki? Second and Third Street. It goes all the way, that's further than downtown.
So, right, this is the existing boundary that's in the alcoholic beverage section of your code. This is essentially the limits at the time of the Central City District, the CCD zoning district, basically what constitutes downtown under the city's zoning code. So this map has been in place for a long time. And it, as you said, here's Main Street running north-south through the property, or through the district. Here's University Avenue running east-west. This is the courthouse property right here, which is outside of the district. This is 6th Street to the west, and then this is Sweetwater Park here to the east.
All right,
And
so
it's-
that is helpful for
Yeah.
me. So what you're saying then, you're just going to extend it down to cover Depot Park?
That's correct, to extend it to cover Depot Park, and to extend it a little bit further east to include the entirety of the Power District. And that's as proposed, so.
That's large. Would this also be the Business Improvement District? No.
We haven't really gotten that far.
Okay,
Right.
let's see. All right, thank you, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Book.
Thank you. I just had a couple of similar questions related to the boundaries, Mr. Person, so I appreciate the map is helpful. I mean, it goes well beyond business areas on at least 3 of the borders is what I'm looking at. So it bounds Spring Hill and Southeast Historic Business Area on the east. It does go into to Pleasant Street on the north, and it crosses over also into Pleasant Street on the west. Do I have that accurate? As far
Yes,
as its boundaries?
6th Street here on the western edge. This is Pleasant Street up here. This is also as I mentioned, the existing boundaries of the downtown zoning district. Some of that does include portions of Pleasant Street, but that is actually to the directly to the west of the district right here.
All right, then I guess my second question would just be, do we have any ability to talk about dedicated resources that are here, or how this is currently staffed from whether it's Public Works or Parks or Gainesville Police perspective?
I can't speak for Gainesville Police Department. I can say that a smaller subset of this district is where the city's Public Works downtown cleanup crew works. I don't have that map with me, but it is smaller than the overall district. It is probably worthwhile to point out that this original map certainly predated my time at the city, but my assumption would be that the expectation, because it was tied to the downtown zoning, that the possibility of a new bar, restaurant, or a similar commercial use is certainly allowed use by right. So while an existing use may not be on any given parcel right now, the potential for a new use or a new restaurant to open up is there because the zoning allows it.
Yeah, the concept of what the Responsible Hospitality Institute, that's kind of a nationwide kind of think tank related to these type of areas. They call it a social district, so I think you're kind of alluding to that. The only area that we have, last question for now, just relates to where we actually have the ability to essentially cordon off parts of any particular area, which is really, really critical to the ability to having anything that's considered like this. I think that's just on Southwest First Avenue right now. That's where we place the bollards?
That's the only portion of our streetscape that's currently closed to vehicular traffic right now.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Commissioner Book. Commissioner Eastman.
Yeah, I just wanted to discuss the map for a moment, and I would just encourage my colleagues to not get too hung up on the map. I mean, as Mr. Persons mentioned, this just happens to be what the downtown zoning was in like the 90s, whenever I think, I think this, and my understanding is this was created primarily to allow the United Way to do their Unity Fridays, I think it was called. Like the United Way would have their event right before the football games on Fridays, which they don't do any longer. And it was specific just to ensure that they could sell alcohol in that event. And these were the lines that they had drawn around that. There's no rhyme or reason to this particular map, I don't think. I mean, it's not like it was decided, this is the focus of where we want to have people, and this is where we want to make sure that it's just what was the downtown zoning in 1990 something, whenever it was out there. And one of the things that always drives me crazy about government is we'll just kind of adopt policies on top of policies, sometimes without really thinking about why we're adopting the new policy. And so I think it's worth us asking, like, well, where do we where do we want to tell people, where does it make sense for alcohol, which, as I just said with my vote, I'm pretty comfortable with people drinking in most places, but where do we also want to tell people from outside, like, this is the place where if you're coming to Gainesville, this is where you can find arts and entertainment, and this is where we're comfortable with people starting to use the space in front of it and to really kind of focus street life in front of that. And so I have recommendations and backup, which I won't get into right now because I probably want to hear from the public first, but one thing I do think that I hope that we talk about is the containers. Whenever we were talking about creating an entertainment district, I don't believe we discussed, having specialized containers for each one of these. But that is common. I mean, that's how I believe Savannah does it. Not everyone does it that way, but it is somewhat common. And at least in what I put forward, I don't think that is necessary, or I kind of like the flexibility that we currently have without kind of micromanaging what kind of containers people are allowed to drink out of. But as you guys are thinking through how we're going to direct staff, I think that's something that you guys should look at. And then, Mr. Bruce, also there's a drink limit as well that the bar would have to enforce, correct?
That's correct. Yeah, it's one person.
And so there's so if someone buys a drink at the bar, there has to probably be someone policing the front door to make sure that people aren't walking out with 2 drinks. Is that or they could be cited, or how would that work at that point?
Yeah, I mean, the ordinance requires that the establishment only provide one open container and the approved container to a single patron for the purposes of taking off the premises as far as moving into the rest of the district.
Right, and so that would require, I know some bars are kind of structured that way. I see Danny in the back. You usually have someone at the front door. Then I'll see Jacob here at the Bull, and we're a much smaller bar, and you'll have one bartender in the back. And so asking our bars to kind of police everyone who comes in and out, I think might be a lot. If we wanted that kind of restriction, which I'm not necessarily opposed to, restricting into putting these mandates on individuals might be the direction that we want to go, where you can't, be having 2 drinks in your hand. But I worry about that portion as well. But I'll get into, I have stuff in backup that I can get into whenever we hear from the public first. So that's all I have, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Persons, I know we've modified a map that's as old as I am, so good effort. I think my concern is, and I know Commissioner Eastman said don't get hung up on the map, but if we are, this is going to be it, or, you can make modifications, but if this is where we're starting, I have concern that if I'm on the wrong side of a sidewalk, I could get cited. I think if we are going to make certain roads the limit, both sides of the road should count. Sometimes we have sidewalk closures, sometimes there's a crowd, sometimes there's a scooter blocking the whole way. If I cross the street and I suddenly get cited, that's kind of a problem. So I would ask that we expand to the whole street. On that note, how is a person, let's say a person who's already had 1 or 2 drinks, meant to know the boundaries of the district?
So it would be a combination, as I said. The first would be that the licensed establishments, the bars and restaurants, would need to post a map of the district for all the patrons. The second would be physical signs that would have to be installed by the city at the exterior boundaries of the proposed district, whatever that ends up being.
So my concern with that is, 1, waste of funds, but 2, it's a lot of exterior boundaries, so it's not a neat square where I could look down, 100 feet and see like a very reflective sign that says end of alcohol. There are a lot of weird corners. I think by Commissioner Eastman's proposal, there's another like little cutoff. It seems, it looks like a Republican congressional district. That's what that looks like, which would make it a little difficult and or expensive to have that many signs or corners. I think however we demarcate the boundary, it's gonna cost money. Just to what extent we end up doing that. Because I don't want someone for walking an extra block with a drink they're finishing after a concert, after some kind of event, to get a ticket. And GPD is willing to be human and take things into consideration and have discretion. Cool. But I think if we're going to create law, it should apply. And I don't see a cost-effective way to do that. That's it, and I know, excuse me, the boundaries, I know you said, like, it's as old as I am. Is there a reason that when staff was brushing it up, it included Depot but didn't include, say, Midtown?
I think for the various reasons that I mentioned, because of the time constraint in terms of, coming up with something. 2, I think from a staff perspective, we did not feel sort of that there was enough direction in terms of like this area, not this area. And so we wanted to start the discussion with an existing boundary that the commission, albeit not this commission, had already determined that open container possession and consumption in some form was already allowed as a starting point.
You're right. You were given a month to do something that is not easy. So thank you. That said, I think one of the points that the mayor had really stressed was that it be replicable. So I don't see that brought in today. And I get it because you had a month and you have other things to do, like our budget. So it was a lot of put on you guys. But I go back to my original point of we pick winners and losers. And we make certain areas a lot more lucrative for commercial landlords or just owners of property, because suddenly that property became very, very valuable, or it will on October 26th. So I would like to see either it expanded to include what is it's full of plenty of businesses that cater, that have alcohol establishments all the way to Midtown. I think Commissioner Eastman's concern was to add the 4th Avenue Food Park. I'm not good with maps, as you can tell. Does this extend to the Thomas Center?
It does not.
It does not. Okay. So there it is. Okay. Yeah, it does not. And again, it's gonna look way more like a Republican district in a minute. I think one of the things I love about the Thomas Center is its grounds where you could sit outside, and I've seen plenty of people under that giant tree have like a picnic blanket, a bottle of wine. I've seen plenty of people and you'd be like, we're gonna go for a cheap date. That's kind of okay. They're like, go to the Thomas Center, have a bottle of wine. Just walk around because it's a really nice neighborhood.
If that's, I hear where you're going. I think my recommendation would not to do it as part of the entertainment district, but you have actual park regulations that would probably be more appropriate if you're concerned about
having parks.
One park or another park.
Okay, and could that be something we bring forward? I can count votes. Can there be something we bring forward when the second reading happens of how to modify parks to allow that? Not just Depot, but other parks.
If that's the will of the commission, I would say the Thomas Center already has provisions in your code of ordinances that allow for alcohol consumption to
Is that
occur.
inside exclusively?
Inside and on the balcony as part of an event, but not on the grounds, to your point.
And I think my concern is, as part of an event, if you have enough money, you can do whatever you want. Society's proved that. So if I have enough money to make a private event, I can book a park, I can do whatever I want. If I don't have unlimited funds, I'm limited to the laws of the peasantry. So I would like whatever motion gets pushed, or I'll make it after, to have our parks component of alcohol allowance brought back, with whatever suggested safety concerns you guys might have, like maybe no glass, maybe only beer and wine, maybe not have. I'm willing to be flexible on that, but I don't want to make what is one of the most affordable and often cheapest and accessible spaces for our community to go have community space. Because if you don't have a house with a giant backyard, because you don't have a single family home, you can't have kind of large gatherings for people. I would like to see some limited ability for that. Because now we will have another month, if possible, to see how we can how we designate additional zones. So if they're not contiguous, how do we create additional zones to allow it? Midtown has plenty of businesses that serve alcohol. It has plenty of people who walk around with a drink. Is it going to be illegal for them now? I don't particularly like that component. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Willets.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A question real quick about that. Just the previous map you showed that was based on a downtown zoning included this northwest 200 block of 3rd, 4th, and 5th Ave. This one does not. In essence, on that northern portion, it's 2 blocks wide instead of 3 blocks wide.
Up here or up here?
Yeah, those 3 blocks.
Yes.
Okay, just want to make sure I understood that right.
That's correct. That is, for context, that is an area of Pleasant Street that has downtown zoning, but it is also within the historic district, and it is principally a residential street. There's no commercial in that along that 3 block stretch. So we felt like it was okay to pull it
right.
in.
That makes sense. So knowing why some things exist in the past, even in the previous ordinance, the boundaries that are drawn, it is far easier for someone to have some sort of a private event or pseudo-public event even, get a permit, nonprofits do a fundraiser, whatnot. So that's how I'm understanding previous ordinance has always been. May come as a shock to somebody who hasn't experienced that, but it shouldn't come to a shock to the wine and cheese crowd who would have been, supporting United Way and other nonprofits. So I want to put that out there that in the past law has been used to bind the PBR crowd and enable the wine and cheese crowd. This one little example, right? You can also at that event, I'm sure, you can drink PBR if someone serves.
I like all 3.
But I mentioned that because it gets to, I think, where I feel on this is that it is picking winners and losers. I like the idea of, in the absence of something more expansive, that we do pick a district, and so that's my feelings are about where it gets drawn, on which side of the street is it drawn, so there's some clarity. It seems like a simple point, but the ability to cross the street, I would even say just because it's hot and sunny on one side, and you walk on the side with the shade. On South Main, there comes a point of the day that you want to be on the other side because it is real hot in the summer sun. And then, so the idea that this would be posted, definitely a map at all establishments, which, considering nowadays, establishments won't even give you a menu. You got to pull out your phone and use a QR code. Maybe that'll be a piece of it as well. Not that I'd want to mandate that, but that would be a great opportunity for the bars and restaurants there. And so then it is replicable because under the section on district boundaries, it clearly just says subject to the provisions article depicted in the following maps attached.
Yeah.
It does say maps. It does say district there's opportunity.
Yeah,
So technically,
absolutely.
any map that we drop back into this ordinance at some other point replicates this.
Correct.
So I want that said, because the mayor had concerns previously, I had concerns, other people. I am concerned though that we don't right now have a midtown, whether that is good or bad or ugly, but it is a place where people come to enjoy themselves, and whether it's tourism from outside of town or it's just getting people who are in town out of their homes to come enjoy themselves in public. So I have some real concerns about the picking of winners and losers, whether it's on this map here or there, or replicating in other places. The example given by Commissioner Saka, that the Thomas Center. I know that we have some other ways of handling some individual city properties, but it does show a little bit about how, in the end, there has to be decisions made, and something is left out, and something that people currently are enjoying, and they go, oh, well, you can do this downtown, and they're going to be shocked to understand that the Thomas Center is not, downtown, or at least by this entertainment district. So, and there's been some suggestions. So if we, that's for later. I'm not going to get into that. I think that's all. I think that's all I have right now. Thank you, Mr. Perkins. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Andrew. You did actually answer at least a portion of my question, so probably what I have is a suggestion/question. Had you, Andrews, in the understanding of how staff is going to help delineate where the boundaries of this map are, we heard you say signage, we heard you say that establishment owners will have to post a map inside of their own establishments. I am going to ask that, or ask if staff had considered, my faithful little map that I have asked for staff to kindly take a look at and include our affordable housing on. Can we build this into that as well? I think I heard
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
someone else, so this would just be another layer so that community could have another way to access this from a mobile device, et cetera, just so it's very clear. for
Yes,
folks to
absolutely,
understand.
and that's a great idea. I think we would probably incorporate it into our main interactive map. So we would have the entertainment district overlay as part of that map. And I didn't mention this, but I should have, mostly just because it's not related to the actual ordinance language. But if the commission moved forward on this, we would, of course, do all of our big media blitz, in terms of getting the word out, not just now, but sort of as an ongoing thing. That's not signage. That's not posting in a bar or restaurant, but it's just part of our communication strategy around this.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Mayor.
you, Commissioner. So just a few thoughts to put out there. I want to respond to, we've had some conversation about picking winners and losers. I am sorry to inform everybody, but that's part of the gig. We do that when by nature of being responsible for land use and zoning. That is part of the job. We do that every time we make a decision about land use and zoning, every single time. Nearly every decision we make has people who win and people who lose to some extent. And that's just part of what we do. It is a great idea to say that we don't, but anything we do that impacts a map certainly has an impact on some level of often financial, but often other ways that people win and people lose. That's part of governing. It's unfortunate and it's uncomfortable, but it's part of what we have to do. This extends that a little differently, perhaps, but that is part of governing. To the point in front of us, I want to make absolutely sure that. So by the way, when I'm finished blathering on, I'm going to invite y'all up to have any comments from the public. But I want to make real clear before we get back up here that an important thing to me to be able to support a motion is that it become effective January 1st of '24. I will ask for any second reading that happens to happen on October 26th, which again gives us plenty of time to have conversation and for the community to engage, et cetera, et cetera. I would like to see, as Commissioner Eastman put in backup, Earlier, instead of calling this an entertainment district, I prefer Arts, Culture, and Entertainment District, an ACE district. I like that concept. I absolutely want anything we pass to prohibit glass containers, because I worry less about them as a weapon than I do about people just dropping them and then other people stepping on them. That's a thing that we can avoid. I wanted that 3 years ago when we did this, and I was the only one, but I just won't support it if we don't include prohibition against glass open containers. It must include some daily hourly limits, but to be clear, I'm a little bit flexible on those. I want the maps, whatever maps we consider, and there can be more than one, to be widely available for review prior to October 9th, which is several weeks. I would like to see an expansion of this to include the area along the 4th Avenue Food Park, because there's, again, I'm not trying to put anybody out of business that is in business with what we're doing. I know that there's some question about whether it is already possible on private property that is contiguous to be able to have open container anyway. Apparently, the beverage inspectors from the state have a little bit different thought on it than we do. So that's something I want to make sure we consider. I would also like us to consider the Grove Street neighborhood as potentially being part of a map or a separate map. Anyway, those are just my general thoughts on it. I like the idea a lot of this kind of district. One of the reasons I like it is because it works in other places. We don't have to reinvent the wheel just because we're Gainesville. I love Gainesville, and there are things about us that are special and should be special and unique, but not everything has to be unique. So that's what I like about this, is that it works in other places already. With that said, thank you very much, Mr. Persons, for being patient with us, and for all staff's effort and work into everything you all do, but particularly this, having been visited upon you in a fairly short period of time. Madam Clerk.
Yes, so we have Joe Corter first. On deck will be Jacob Larson, Robert Mounts, and Danny Hughes. We have about 14 folks signed up.
Okay. And I would remind everyone once again that just because you have 3 minutes doesn't mean you got to take 3 minutes. Joe, you're up.
Hello, folks. Joe Quarter. I came in and I first had seen that map, and I thought that seemed like a really good idea to have a nice district. But this thing I heard about beverage suppliers to bars having to regulate how many beers go out and who gets this is a bureaucratic nightmare for any business. They're already running close to the bone, trying to run their business, work the door, be responsible out there. You're adding so much extra and needless work. I am downtown regularly on the weekend, walk around that area, the freedom to just be able to walk with your beer, go to another place. It's been a great improvement. I really want you to think hard about any rule like that, because I don't see anything broken downtown in that district at all. I think what Danny said earlier, I applaud it. It's an entertainment business. It's an entertainment area. We want people to come. The people in that area are not the problem. The problem, guns or crime, whatever, there's statistics there, but I don't see it downtown. I see it in a couple places, maybe. This parking garage is owned by the city. If that's been a problem, that's a city problem, really. That's hurting our neighborhoods out there. I consider that downtown my neighborhood. I just off the point, but I'm really concerned about losing the 4 oak trees in a parking lot across from Lucy's for yet another tall building. That should be a park. That should be a place where food trucks can be. And we're just building up so fast, we're losing the heart of Gainesville, which is our art and our music. So I would really like to see much less restrictions. The boundaries, okay, fine. But I can't believe you're actually talking about regulating how many people could go in and out and having to check and all this stuff. It's ludicrous, frankly. And so I really hope, we need a downtown entertainment association, like we used to have downtown redevelopment agency. We need to stick together, those of us involved in entertainment, either producing it or going to it, because we're getting priced out, we're getting spaced out parking wise and the buildings. And I don't know, I didn't know enough about this coming in, about what the issue was, and what I've just learned today, my optimism has really gone down if you're considering things like that. We've got to keep the heart of Gainesville beating. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Porter. So I would advise everyone to remember that this is not about a discussion about trees and parking lots. This is about this ordinance. So
Yeah, well, just, you know, the trees are living down there too. Okay.
I understand.
So we have Jacob Larson.
Mr. Larson.
Robert Mounts is on deck, Danny Hughes, followed by Natalie Goodman.
Hi, Jacob Larson, own the Bull in downtown and been involved in other things in the community like Spark 352, Partnership for Reimagine Gainesville, Society Promotions, and Awesome Foundation. Thanks again to the commission that helped so much with our business during COVID. It allowed us to, as particularly the Bull, to engage in entertainment and arts and cultural moments with partnerships like Dancing in the Streets, with Salsa Bachata, and now Lindy and Swing, the Enneagram Dignity Project, which is personal wellness, the Fest, Folk Fest, Funk Fest, Grew Before Christmas, Pickle Fest, Pride Fest, St. Patty's Day, and more. Musical acts from blues, indie, jazz, singer-songwriters. This is all out in the street. This has been happening. Storytelling and poetry and fiction through MFA readings, retirement celebrations, 2 of those, 75th birthday party, UFCPA theater in the streets we did, UF department celebrations at the end of their year. We'll utilize our outside College of Journalism at the Frank Conference. And this, when the district, this area that with open containers allowed to us to attract like in hospitality and tourism, bring people in, but it also then sends people out. So we're not a restaurant, so it then increases commerce to the community that's around us. And I feel like this entertainment district will be a great partnership with the city to work with us as businesses to continue to evolve and participate in creating more culture in our downtown community. So it's private and city working together. And making a day of downtown, which I don't see as often, where people will come and spend the day. I know there's projects for daylighting the waterway, and then that could then bring people in and stay longer, like the staying power of like involving themselves in all the things between the Hippodrome and other moments that are at Bo Diddley. And it makes it more attractive instead of maybe attracting like in the negative ways that we've discussed about it. It attracts people to come and participate in more positive ways. I think our retail spaces will have a renaissance of people seeing that there's more vibrancy and ability to actively engage and excel in having retail spaces, which would be great for our community. And one of the things that Danny mentioned is, this all is evolving processes, and we've evolved past COVID. The things that we didn't anticipate were the different consumer behaviors within bars and restaurants that have evolved post-COVID. And this tool allowed us to take the revenue that we have lost from people coming and hanging out maybe after work to getting the opportunity to have these events or focusing more on becoming restaurants to make up for that revenue, which is what we've done by it's about a third of our revenue then comes from that street opportunity. So entertainment district would be phenomenal. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Bounce.
All right, Robert Mounts, followed by Danny Hughes, Natalie Goodman, and then Salil Bardakar.
Welcome, Mr. Bounce.
Hi, Robert Mounts again. Contrary to comment about people visiting from Hale being visitors or tourists, I'm born in Gainesville and had substantial interest downtown. I'm on the vestry of the Holy Trinity Episcopal Church across the street, and president of the Matheson History Museum. And I would point out that this map includes Holy Trinity as well as City Hall. It borders the Matheson History Museum, and on the west side, I think it includes the Blount Center, which is an educational institution. As I mentioned before, UPNA consensus seemed to be the University Park Neighborhood Association that this map should be narrowed somewhat. I came up with this notional version to try to make it more defined borders. Actually, what I prefer is, a place where you can have that outdoor seating and, a railing and confinement, and the innkeeper bears some responsibility for what happens there and some liability as well. And I would really wish that our entertainment district was known for its arts and culture and not just because we allow puppy drinking in the streets. You know, that doesn't compute to me. You know, the fundamental question is what kind of city do we want? What kind of downtown district do we want? I'm a champion of the downtown district. The Matheson is at the apex of it, the downtown jewel. We want to expand Sweetwater Park. We want all those good things. We want people to be more like Charleston and less like New Orleans, more like Valdosta. You know, a place where everybody, especially those over 40, 50, or 60, to come down to dinner and go to the Hippodrome and feel safe. The fundamental premise of the downtown strategic plan is to ensure, first, it must be made clean and safe. It's not. Depends on what time of day you're talking about. But the idea of people just still having that drawl that State Attorney Brian Kramer talked about, oh, we can go to Gainesville, you can drink out on the street. Wonderful reputation. You know, so I have great concerns about that. I will continue to speak out on public issues, whether I live in Hale Village or not. I hope you understand I care about the city. It's my hometown. I have substantial interest here, and I'm representing probably an older generation, but that's okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bounce. So I would remind everyone that there are other cities in Florida that have these entertainment districts.
And I would like to leave this version with clerk. It's just notional.
Thanks.
Yes, so we have Natalie Goodman, Salil Bardakar, Quil Kachon, and Dottie Fabasi.
You left Danny out, yes.
I'm sorry?
You left Danny Hughes out. I think he's second.
Okay.
But-
I think I was after Mr. Mounts.
Okay, go ahead.
I apologize.
Hello again.
Well,
back in the summer of 2020, things were looking very bad in our town. We all know what happened. We don't have to revisit that. There's not necessary in digging up that dirt. The thing that made Gainesville an interesting place, the people of our town, was harder and harder to come by. The energy of Gainesville, specifically downtown, was gone. We made a move towards a drastic measure to allow our restaurants and bars to operate outside, sell to-go drinks, and foster a sense of community again that we had been desperately needing during this time. By opening our streets and moving to these outdoor spaces, the entertainment venues, restaurants, music venues, and programmers were able to bring a vibrancy back to downtown that we desperately needed. Now, a few years later, the idea that we're willing to erase all of that without trying to find a middle compromise first doesn't seem like who we were when this started. I think the citizens in Gainesville and the businesses that have proven the concept and proven that we can operate this in a safe manner, we've deserved at least a middle somewhere. This feels defeatist, and I don't think that's who we are. At least for a time, I think we need to give this a chance. Today's vote, if you vote in favor of the entertainment district in any way, shape, or form today, it doesn't obligate you for a vote on the 26th. It doesn't obligate you for a vote after that. But it does tell everyone that you're voting in front of that you believe that maybe it wasn't perfect before either. And we do have a place that we can go, and we can grow as a community intelligently, rationally, and with some discourse. We live in the Sunshine State. I feel like I've written that down in text and email 1,000 times. And I don't think I've ever said it, but we live in the Sunshine State. We should be outside, except for that 3 weeks in July when it's just, Chief Scott in a meeting on Tuesday did agree with me that this compromise is not perfect. It's not perfect for us either, but it does give GPD some of the tools back that they require to keep our community safe, but more importantly, to make people feel safe. Because I do believe that safety and the illusion or the idea of safety aren't always the same thing. If downtown was unsafe, I go there every day and have for 13 years. If downtown was unsafe, I think I might be an example of that. But I'm not, because here we are. And I feel perfectly safe in our downtown. Everyone is going to have to give up something for this to work. We live in a town with murals celebrating Tom Petty and Bo Diddley that overlook First Avenue, and Jacob Larsley is setting a new standard of what outdoor music venue can be at the Bull. What they've been able to do at the How Bazaar with the night markets and the block parties, this is a maker's market like we have never seen, and I mean that very literally. We have never seen anything like this before. It is a micro incubator for small business, creators and makers in our community, and almost everyone is from our community. Mayor Ward said something in the last meeting. If we lowered the speed limit to 20 miles an hour on every road in town, it would make Gainesville safer, but we're not going to do that. I've always thought my city could be and should be the example of execution, thoughtful problem solving, and community leadership, and I think that you can do it here again. I said it before and I'll say it again. We can do something incredible, but we all have to do it together.
Thank you. You're a little past this time. You went about 4 seconds over this time. Well, the last time you hit the mark. I'm disappointed.
All right. Natalie Goodman, Salil Bardakar, Quill Kachan, and then Dottie Facey.
Very good. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. My name is Natalie Goodman, and I'm bartender at the Bull. I've worked there since 2018, and so well before COVID and since well after COVID. And I just want to speak to the kind of cultural vibrancy that I have personally seen growing thanks to the streetery. I have been working the Thursday night Gator salsa shift since it started, and it has grown so much, and it has kind of become a real hub. People are coming in all the time asking about it. We have 150 people there some nights dancing, and it's free. You don't have to pay to come. You don't even have to buy a drink, although enough people do that it works out pretty well for us too. But yeah, so it's just creating a space where people can go, and I think maybe that is one possible solution to some of the problems of gun violence and of people gathering. They don't necessarily have places they can go like that. And I'm hearing a lot of people saying, I'm voting in favor of public safety, which sounds great, right? Like, who isn't? But what I'm not hearing is a convincing argument for why alcohol and public safety cannot coexist. So, or why alcohol is something that is necessarily a threat to public safety. Because, there's also recent research that suggests that alcohol, one reason why alcohol has stuck around so long is because it fosters community. And that's something, and having strong community bonds is something that that is associated with longer lifespans. And so and I think just there's so much that we have to lose, and there's not enough evidence that it's going to actually do anything. So, and it's just kind of maybe we can't do anything about gun laws because of the state laws, but this isn't really going to do anything about them either, I don't think. And I think also the whole thing about tourists coming to because there are no laws here, I kind of think that you might be vastly overestimating the public's awareness of local ordinances, because every day people are surprised that they can take their drinks outside. People here don't even really know about that. So you really think people outside of this town are like, ooh, let's go to Gainesville? I have a hard time believing that. And I also, to go back to the streetery, it also allowed us to, I organized the first Pride Fest that we had there in 2022. And I think it's become a real space for the LGBTQ community to gather. And a lot of us, are starting to feel really unsafe with these state laws that are being put in place. And I'm really proud to work at a place where I think my community feels safe to gather. And so I think let's not confuse correlation with causation. So just because, so gun violence has gone up at the same time that the open container ordinances, that doesn't necessarily mean that caused it. It's just, you could point to a lot of other things that like COVID, TikTok, anything. All right. So yes. So basically, I don't think the research is there. I would love to see it. I'm not hearing it. But yeah, I think it's moralistic and frankly dishonest to blame alcohol for the problems of gun violence and yeah. Oh wait. Oh, do I have?
You're way over. Yeah, you're way over.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. And for anybody else who wants to kind of speak, we already voted on reinstating the open container ordinance. This is about giving some level back. So just to be clear. So who's next?
Salil Bardakar,
Welcome.
and then Quill Kachon, Dottie Fabasi, and Andrew Hovard.
Great. Thanks.
Hi, so I'm Salil. I think Natalie already pressed on a lot of points that I was going to talk about, so I'll talk about something else. So I run a lot of the Latin dance events that happen in downtown Gainesville. I used to run them on campus for 8 years.
Hence the T-shirt, yes.
Yeah, that's the T-shirt. But yeah, so I used to run them for 8 years on campus before that. And we always looked for a way to involve the Gainesville community as a part of it, and we tried doing events at a lot of places downtown. Didn't work so well. Then COVID happened, and somehow this silver lining where we had the streeteries open up and we had a lot of outdoor venues, it worked out. The first event we had late, I think October 2020, we had over 100 people in the streets. A lot of them wearing masks, a lot of them enjoying dancing after 6 or 7 months cooped up indoors. It became so successful, we made it a weekly event. We do it every single Thursday. Since moving from campus, moving to downtown, our community has only grown year on year on year. It is a lot more accessible to non-students. It's a lot more accessible to older members of Gainesville who don't want to come on campus. And just for the fact that we have our classes, they're free. We have a social after that, it's free. You don't have to dance, there's no pressure. You can watch people dancing, you can get a drink, meet your friends. A lot of people come to our events mainly for that. They come for the social aspect. No one really cares to learn how to become a professional dancer in this city. People just want to have fun. This includes students, and this includes our community as well. Since Natalie already talked a lot about how many people come down there and the hundreds of people we've had over just the last 2 weeks at the start of the fall semester, I want to just talk about something else. We've talked a lot about safety in the first issue as well as the second issue. And while we're talking about them as separate issues, I still think they're related. Part of having an entertainment district which creates these outdoor events actually makes a lot of our members feel safe. In the 3 years that I've been running this event, not one person has told me they feel unsafe when they come to our events. Not one person has told me they come to our events to party. Not one person has told me they come there to get drunk. I have not had to carry anybody out from the tent under the bow to their car. However, what they do tell me is that they come to make friends. They tell me they've moved here from different countries just like me or from different colleges. A lot of them are introverted, and this is a way for them to be out in public, make friends, and makes it very easy for them to do so. I've actually had a lot of women tell me they feel safer when there's more events downtown because there's more people on the streets, there's more eyes on the road, and they feel a lot safer walking from wherever they are downtown, especially later at night. So I have a feeling that this entertainment district is something that can keep this community vibrant. This is not the same world we live in pre-pandemic. The bars face a different challenge, the businesses face a different challenge, the clientele is different, and this entertainment district can be something to bring our community back to something that is serving everybody and not just going back to having empty streets downtown. So thank you.
Very good. Thank you.
Quil Kachan, Dottie Fabisi, Andrew Hovard, and followed by James Blythe.
So it sounds like Ms. Fabisi's probably next because the
Yes.
first person you called is
Did not come
not
up, no
responding,
worries.
so.
Ms. Fabisi?
Hello again.
Welcome.
Dottie Fabisi from the Pleasant Street neighborhood. I have what I want to say is within the areas of the entertainment district, the open containers of alcoholic beverages would be allowed from 8 a.m. to 11:30 p.m. I don't have a problem with the 11:30 p.m., but I was pretty concerned to see that 8 a.m. just because I don't think that's a good idea. That's all I have to say right now. Thank you.
So I had a couple of folks, while we're waiting on the next person, I've had a couple of people mention that. And I would point out that it's been 7 a.m. and is 7 a.m. until and unless we pass the second reading of the previous ordinance. So this actually makes it later.
So just Quil Kachan, okay. Andrew Hovard, followed by James Blythe, Johnny Law, and then Rick Fabiani.
How you doing? Yes, I'll just keep it real brief. I've been downtown 15 years. I've done business in the parking garage. Downtown for 15 years. And like everyone else is saying, this is the first time that I can recall seeing anything unique and interesting happening in since I've been there since 2009. So to lose that, I think, would be devastating for the community and the entrepreneurs and the business people that have really come up with these incredible events. You know, it takes a lot of time. These guys have poured hours and hours and hours into what they do for a living, and their livelihoods are literally at risk for this entertainment district. So, to lose that would really be a huge deal. And I completely understand somebody living in the Pleasant Street district not wanting people drinking in their neighborhood. I totally get that, but this is reasonable. This is a reasonable compromise and a reasonable solution to the problem, that we have. And so, that's all I gotta say. It's got to be something that I really think that we need to have
Great, thank you.
All right, James Blythe, followed by Johnny Law, Rick Fabiani, and Jose Perugno.
Welcome, Mr. Blunt.
Hey everybody, I'll be quick. So I'm a resident in the nearby Duck Pond and now a small business owner downtown. Just wanted to come out in support of this. I think there's a lot of creative ways, and it's obviously to balance security, economic kind of improvement, and then just to keep Gainesville special for what it is. So just a couple things. The pandemic, I think, did help us kind of learn how important those outdoor spaces are, not only to be kind of available, but also to be designed for this purpose. So I've seen a couple local instances where we've kind of learned and had time for the civil engineering and planning to catch up. And so I think with some of this, the thoughtfulness of the physical design needs to go with the policies of it. But this is sort of a great step in establishing kind of some of those parameters. So just here to support. Thanks.
Thank you.
So Johnny Law, who I don't see. Moving on to Rick Fabiani, and it will be followed by Jose Perugno, and then Phoenix Midnight.
Welcome, Mr. Fabiani.
Thank you. I'm here in both a personal and professional capacity. I live in downtown. I also work downtown. And I actually moved into, part of the reason I wanted to move into this area was because of the vibrancy that I saw coming to downtown. And a lot of that happened right, as everyone has said, during COVID. It really did change the complexion. I've been fortunate enough in my life to go to a lot of different places, all over, both in the United States and all over the world, and see places where people get to gather on the street in a relaxed environment and have those community moments, right? Have those sidewalk moments, have those places where they can have events and gather. And I think, as many people have said, a lot of people in this room have done a very good job in bringing that kind of community and environment here. And it's amazing to see. It's amazing to go out and see a street event where you see a lot of diversity, you see a lot of people having a good time. And quite frankly, not all of them are drinking, but it does help that they have that environment to do that in. And I'd also, my friend Bob might say that we're trying to make an older crowd. I hate to say that I'm over 40 now, but there are a lot of us that are actually over 40, and in that crowd that I think a lot of people have a perception is a lot younger, but we're not. We are working adults. I talked to a lot of working adults, a lot of people that moved here during the pandemic when remote work started. They work for very large companies. The reason they want to live and work in downtown is because it has that kind of freedom. It has that ability to be able to go around, go to one place, go to a coffee shop in the afternoon and see your colleagues and friends, and then go and see them at a community event on the street later that evening. I think that also ties into the downtown redevelopment plan that this commission asked for and wanted. And part of that plan was to make downtown vibrant. I think if you close off the opportunity here and take away this part of the ability to have the cultural interactions on the street, you're really hurting the same plan that the commission is trying to put in place. You're trying to make this area a lot more vibrant, a lot more sustainable for all of these businesses, and taking that away, I think would hurt that plan. And it goes, and then to that point, kind of also bridging over to my professional role here, I think that the map here could be more contiguous to that downtown redevelopment plan. I mean, it doesn't make sense to make the entertainment district and the redevelopment area, and I don't think that the borders are that much different than the study area for the redevelopment plan. I know, we're trying to work against making it a gerrymandered kind of map, but down on South Main, there are opportunities for redevelopment and more different mixed uses that could foster that type of community. And I think it's important that we allow all of those areas to have the opportunity to be taken. So thank you. I'm sorry.
No, it's all right. Thank you.
Jose Perugno, followed by Phoenix Midnight.
And is that all?
That and Phoenix would be our last speaker.
Welcome.
Hello, my name is Jose Perullero, or Perullero, whichever one works better for
apologize.
everybody. I'd like to, first off, let you know I'm from the How Bazaar, and I'd like to invite every single commissioner here, anyone in the audience, to please come out to our endless list of diverse events that we do and we program at the How Bazaar. There are some of you I've never seen before, and especially the audience members who are concerned about safety. Active streets equal safe streets. Okay, what causes problems is when there are dead zones between areas where people need to get to their parking, they need to get to their car, and it's not safe. All right. I want to acknowledge some narrative issues and vocabulary issues that I saw here today that I'd like to kind of express. First, the things that are happening on the streets are not block parties. All right, they are unsanctioned parking lot events on private property or on public property, which should be addressed, not by business owners, not by the public. This should be done by public safety. The other thing that I'd like to share is that I've been here my entire life. I've never seen such diverse streets downtown. Ethnically, age-wise, and there is a happening, and it's positive. These events go wonderfully. People bring their children, all ages, all socioeconomic backgrounds, and people are in the streets enjoying each other's company, which I haven't seen very often, especially in the dark times that we are living. All right, so taking that away would be detrimental to what is being created here, the businesses that are developing, the communities that are developing, the relationships that are developing, and that would be just terrifying. I want to also state that this is not about economics. Like a lot of people, there are economic issues that come along with this. But this is really about communities that are developing. And if any of you have not seen these events, please come out. Because once you see it, it will change your perspective on what is happening downtown and what is actually being created. And I have lived here, like I said, my entire life since I was 7 years old. And I have never seen this in my life. And it's all diverse communities coming together for just joy and creation. And that is huge. And we are on the precipice of possibly becoming a mecca for people to come to for cultural events like Asheville, like Austin, like all of these places that people go to. We are almost there. And taking this away would literally destroy all of these businesses that have been developed from these spaces, from Germain's to the Frenchman, to all of these businesses that literally now have spaces that are physically in renting space from the city, renting space from landlords that did not exist prior to this. So please understand how important this is and how important it is for humans to have spaces to create community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Perullero, I forgot to mispronounce your name, I apologize. Phoenix Midnight is our last speaker.
Welcome.
Hello, thank you for having me. My name is Phoenix Midnight. I am a burlesque performer and producer here in Gainesville. I am also a healthcare worker, have been for the past 12 years, including during the pandemic, and I am also a mother of one toddler. The outside areas, especially outside Lucy's and the Bull, have done wonders for this city ever since the pandemic. It gave a place for us to be safe while being healthy and still being able to enjoy our favorite businesses and establishments downtown. As a performer who has performed at many businesses downtown, including Lucy's, those areas serve two purposes: to separate, say, if people are not interested in an event going on at the show or at that business, they still have the ability to enjoy that establishment and patronize that establishment. These areas have been extremely important for us. They have been extremely, not just from a financial standpoint, but also as a community standpoint for us to come closer. And so while I do understand, especially from the viewpoint of a mother, that we do want to keep these areas safe, and it has been said by many people before me that these are not in front of these establishments. These are, like I said, in the parking lots and in side streets. there has to be a way that we can keep our streets safe, but also not take such drastic action that the businesses are affected. So I just hope that you will all think on that.
Thank you.
That was our last speaker.
Very good. Thank you. Commissioner Eastman.
Thank you, and thank you, everyone who spoke here today. You know what? One of the things I love about living in Gainesville and being a resident here is it feels like as the generations go on, things change. It's a very fluid community, but it's almost like every generation has their kind of moment of kind of their arts and the culture that they choose to create and what comes up organically, whether it was, Tom Petty up at a big house on the Northwest Side playing with his band, or the punk rock bands in the 90s, or the ska movement, or, it is exciting, and I'm really glad that everyone is able to come out here to talk about the movement that you guys are creating and that you guys are moving into, that you guys are building, because we don't hear those kind of voices very often up here, and so I'm really glad that you took the time out for the day. We don't take that lightly, and so I just really appreciate you guys coming out and doing that. I hope that we support the entertainment district, and I hope that we think about this kind of in the full context of what these entertainment districts are outside of this. I mean, in many entertainment districts across the United States, there is open container. But if you read the purpose of what the entertainment district is, it is to encourage community vibrancy and economic success of entertainment, retail, and restaurant use within a limited defined area of the city. The regulations within are here to support and enhance cultural event programming, restaurants, music venues, and arts institutions located within the district or districts. As I'm thinking through the fact that we got here in a sort of funny roundabout way where we're eliminating open container, and we're thinking about, but I think this could potentially be a much larger tool as to how and why where we're just choosing that we want to have cultural programming and where we want to have arts programming and where we want to push these things to be. And that is how these entertainment districts tend to get used. And so I in some ways hate that we're kind of rushing through this, because I would like for us to kind of pattern something that really uses this as a tool that moves us forward. Mr. Mayor, I'm glad you like the arts, culture, and entertainment districts. I want to remind everyone that one thing we talked about a couple months ago was about wayfinding, putting up signs in downtown. Because of the way this ordinance is written, we're going to have to put signs up in downtown delineating sections of town that show where you can have open container, where you cannot. This could be kind of a thing that we throw out there and say, and make it just about alcohol and where you can drink alcohol, or we can use this as an example of saying, this is where you can go within your this is where arts are happening in downtown. These are the sections of town where this works, and we can try to use this as a way to enhance and build and brand ourselves as, I think, really the cultural capital of Florida. I know that's something you've talked about in the past, Mayor, and something I've always felt about the city of Gainesville is promoting that more. And so in my backup, I talked about really breaking this up into a couple different ways, having really three kind of distinct districts that we would be talking about. There's the South Main District, which is sort of distinct from the downtown district, and then walking up north to the Grove Street area. And thinking of that as kind of a cultural corridor within the city of Gainesville that is open container, right, within those sections. We've talked about those areas. But also, I mean, when you think about where arts and culture and entertainment happen in the city, those are sort of the three places, and they're kind of distinctive businesses and arts that go on in each one of them. I wanted to perhaps put a motion on the table to simplify the map a bit. As I said, I'm comfortable with people drinking in more areas, as I said with my no vote before, but if you're breaking the law when you cross a section of area, those sections need to be very well defined. You need to be able to remember them in the back of your head, and this is a very odd little thing that's there. So kind of putting that into downtown, having a better defined South Main area, and then drawing the districts around Grove Street. Yes.
So I would ask that if you're going to put a motion on the table, preface it with you can make whatever motion you want, but it would be better if it were to pass the ordinance and do.
Yeah, I will get to that. Right. I go back and forth. I mean, like I said, I hate rushing through this, and I would almost rather we had like a GPC meeting or maybe a sunshine meeting where we kind of hash out some of the details of some of these things.
Every meeting is.
You know what I mean. So I will then just do it. I'd like to extend the hours to 2 a.m. instead of 11:30. That's when the bars close in downtown. So I mentioned container flexibility. I agree with Joe Corder. I don't want to micromanage this. I think it's working fine the way it is. I don't see why we should only have containers that come from certain things that are in there, or why we should be why bars should have to have staff that micromanage sort of the comings and goings of things. And so I guess I'll make a motion. I move 2023-855 to be effective on January 1st, 2024, to rename it to the Arts, Culture, and Entertainment Districts, remove the bar drink limit, to remove approved containers, to prohibit at explicit prohibition against glass containers, to simplify the map, to expand to 4th Avenue, expand to Grove Street, and extend the hours to 2 a.m.
Is there a second? We have a motion and a second. All right, Commissioner, are you finished?
I'm done.
Thank you. Commissioner Willetts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My issue with picking winners and losers, I want to make sure people understand, because I talked about this previously, I've talked to community members, and now it's about the rush nature of an entertainment district. About if we're going to pick winners and losers, we need lots of feedback and opportunity for the community. See a map for property owners, for business owners, for snowbirds to come back and see like, oh, they changed something when I come back. Not that we have to wait until snowbird season. But that's what I mean about like when we pick winners and losers, and that is the nature of this, that we need the time. We're now talking about something that's a little more, not doing this 2 weeks back to back, because at one point, my understanding is we were going to be doing this today and 1 week from today, and it was going to be done. And I have a lot of questions about process on that. I will agree with one of our favorite members of the community who talks about process, and I do agree that this is on a process and it's too fast, but I think we have a little more time here. I support, I think, all of these changes, particularly opening up the idea that what we call it, I have the same concerns about, we have to be a little careful what we call it, because if South Main was supposed to be an arts district and we call this the arts district, does it include South Main, So there's a lot of things in here. And that nuance is what I'm saying, that I think it takes a little longer to really figure out how to do this well, to identify what has worked absolutely best, what we got out of it. And I want to say that the streetery and downtown since COVID, since this ordinance has been in effect, has been important to me. It's been special to me. It's been part of my community. My first date with my boyfriend was, I think we started at Crybabies, but we ended up in front of the Bull. It was a Thursday night, so it was salsa night. We were not dancing, but we were watching and maybe making fun of people who weren't that great and admiring the people who were great. And since then, I've been to 2 Pride Street festivals. I've been to the Bull on just other occasions. Been there. I have been played trivia at Lucy's. I've been to How Bazaar night markets. I've been to How Bazaar for other normal event where I was able to bring a beer outside with me. And it is, for those of you who haven't been down there, particularly in the evening or even during the day, it really has, the streetery has become, I would say, a mecca for the queer community, for the LGBT community. I don't know what it is about it. I don't know if it's just the businesses, the people that work at the businesses being willing to work with the queer community on just little events, just little things. But it's been great. It's a place that I spend I spend a decent amount of time at, out of my let's go out time. I'm busy otherwise, but it's really been special. The community that has been brought there, it is so diverse. It is not just the wine and cheese crowd who's done at 8 o'clock. It goes into a little later, but also and one of the questions I have about the ordinance is the 16 ounces, just because I believe Fat Tuesdays serves a larger than 16 ounce super frozen drink that it's large, but you also can't drink it that fast because it is frozen. And it is designed to be sit for, I don't know. I've done it before. It took me an hour and a half to get through out in the heat. And so those are some of the concerns I have, because it will affect businesses. But it has been hugely important, I think, to the LGBT community about what we've seen out there. And it really is far more diverse than kind of anything else I've experienced in Gainesville in 8 or 9 years. So I will be supporting this ordinance as is right now, but I would like to see some of the stuff gets fleshed out as Commissioner Eastman added to it. And it probably won't be perfect, but it will get towards what we want. And I do thank everyone for speaking it today, for coming out when this isn't your normal thing that you do on a Thursday. And I really encourage you to continue to be involved with the commission on myriad issues. But thank you. I hear you. And particularly for those of you who play trivia, thank you for whipping up on one of my unfavorite teams. But no, y'all are part of our community, and this is our community is not just behind doors starting at 7 o'clock at night. Our community is everywhere, and our community is literally on our streets. And this is an opportunity for us to continue making sure that our streets are our streets. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Book.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, and kind of dovetailing on what Commissioner Willis was just talking about with fleshing out, I think that's a very, very good term as it relates to figure out the nuances and the details as it relates to whether it's an arts district, culture, entertainment district. Basically, it's a place where people go to enjoy themselves. And I hope the focus, which has been said many times, is not on alcohol. It's on everything else that allows you to have a good time in a good defined space. I will say that for the Southwest First Avenue corridor, Lucy's, the Bull, how bizarre, what Mr. Perriero is talking about, and I think that they do a very, very good job. And it's already behind infrastructure, which is the bollards that are already in place. So I like that. And I like that on that Southwest First Avenue corridor. I do have a couple of concerns, and so I'm just bringing these up as it relates to how staff will move forward regardless of how we vote. One of it is I do simply think that the space that's defined here is in fact not practical. So that's been brought up by other people here. It's not, because where you have too many streets and too many boundaries and too many different locations where there are in fact no infrastructure, it's problematic for our ability to manage it. So I would ask that staff look as it relates to the space. I would like to see this in a much smaller capacity, much smaller, and defined, and make sure that we do it well. And then if that ends up having application for other areas of the city, that would be terrific. But at the moment, one of my big concerns is simply looking at what we're looking at right there, which I think has been identified, how we provide resources to that particular space, what wayfinding, I thank you for bringing up that term, Commissioner Eastman, what wayfinding looks like, some of the aspects, for example, using mapping and signage and online resources, and asking the reputable businesses that are managing to help us ensure that people know what those boundaries are is very, very critical. So these are some of the management aspects that I think are important. I would certainly like to hear when this comes back in whatever fashion, what the costs potentially are for this, and because I do have to figure out how do we manage it based on finance. There are businesses, the last thing I'll say, there are businesses east of Main Street that are actually opposed to this. I don't know that it's all of them, that we've seen, so it's pretty interesting that you have the businesses west of First Avenue that are interested here. And then there are some business owners in this area that are they're not in support of this type of district. So I simply offer that as part of considering the sum total of how we manage it. And while I may not support the particular motion, I was actually more in support of the motion, Commissioner Eastman, until you added some of the actual provisions, so I understand that. I will certainly say that in concept, I support the nature of a district that allows us to do things in defined space. It may not be this tonight, but we actually have some time to flesh it out. So thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I really appreciate especially the ownership and the people who are working and kind of defining space and making events happen down there. I appreciate that very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Book. So, yeah, I mean, obviously I'm in support of this. It meets the things that I said I needed to support it. And I would urge everybody not to get too concerned about maps and I would also urge all my colleagues to bring staff maps and parts of maps that you are interested in seeing included quickly, so that they can include those for the second reading, and with good reasons for why we might want to have different maps. I really appreciate what everyone has had to say. It's not an easy thing, strangely enough. I mean, we think about alcohol differently in America than a lot of the world does. but we really do. And this is one of the manifestations of that. So thank you all for being here and for speaking. And I will say that I know that it's hard to stand on that side of the lectern. I used to do that before I got elected up here, and I get that it's different than just hanging out and having a conversation with somebody. When you stand up there behind the lectern, it feels a little bit weird and different. So thank you for having the courage to do that. And I had a few other points I was going to make, but I'm actually good with where we are at this point. I see no other lights, so Madam Clerk, I'm going to call the roll.
Commissioner Sacco? Aye. Commissioner Willets?
Aye.
Commissioner Book?
Nay.
Commissioner Eastman?
Aye.
Commissioner Chestnut?
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker?
Aye.
Mayor Ward?
Aye. All right, so that passes 6-1 with book and dissent, and I appreciate everyone's time and effort on this. I'm going to ask that we take a 15-minute comfort break. We'll be back at 4 o'clock.
It was funny. I like
I don't think we have,
You're right, we only got 3.
There we go.
Now we have 4. Very good.
That was good, John.
all right.
Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we have our first business discussion item, 2023-570, GRU Government Outside Counsel regarding House Bill 1645, with the recommendation that the City Commission authorize an additional expenditure of a sum not to exceed $250,000 for a total of $500,000 authorized to date, payable in response to monthly billing invoices for fees and costs related to legal services rendered by outside counsel providing legal advice in connection with analyzing and litigating the impact of HB 1645 on the City of Gainesville, and direct such funds to be sourced from the GRU Utility System Reserve Funds or other appropriate funds.
All right, Mr. Attorney, did you have anything to add to that, or?
Nothing other than we put in the agenda item. If you'd like me to go through procedurally where we are in the case and so forth, I'd be happy to, or just answer questions, whatever you prefer.
Okay, I don't think there's any need to add anything. I've got a couple of lights here, and I'll go to you, Mr. Cunningham. Commissioner Chestnut.
Mr. Mayor, I was going to move staff's recommendation.
Okay, do we have a second?
Well,
No. Okay, thank you. So a motion and a second. Commissioner Eastman, and then Mr. Cunningham.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I hate being in this position in which we are, allocating funds for this. As I said previously, when we did the original one, our job is to represent our constituents here in the city of Gainesville, and our constituents have spoken in unequivocal terms that they are opposed to this takeover. They voted against it in 2018 by very large margins. A long list of community groups have opposed to this: the League of Women Voters, the NAACP, our GRU workers through their CWA, and the impacts, if this doesn't get overruled, are enormous. We're looking at being the first city in the history of the state of Florida that is half controlled by the governor of our state. And if that is possible for the governor and to take over portions of the city, it essentially eliminates the home rule that we are granted under our Constitution. And what can't the governor do? Can they take over a city's police department? Could they add new services to a city? Could they say, I want to have this project, so I will force the city taxpayers to fund this? It opens this entire can of worms that, aside from the fact that it is a sloppy and poorly written bill that has already cost our ratepayers $2.9 million. And so I feel like we have to vote on this. I do want to bring up, since I got that portion done, we asked for the last tranche of funds to come from Gainesville Regional Utilities. I'm wondering if that is still the direction that we would like to go in this second tranche of funding, or whether it would make more sense to have that evenly split for the second tranche to come from the general government side as opposed to Gainesville Regional Utilities. We had just had a discussion about where sections of the streetlights would go. I made the motion in order to put that on the GRU side, but it might make sense that as we go into this next tranche, that would come from a different pot of funds. But I'd like to hear what my fellow commissioners say about it.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Cunningham.
Yes, so thanks, Mr. Mayor. So I'm going to repeat what I said the first time this came around, that I do not think this should all come from the utility, that this is a city action, and that we have a cost allocation plan that we allocate funds that the city attorney uses, and I believe it should go through that cost allocation plan.
Thank you. Commissioner Chestnut.
Mr. Mayor, I think that we have engaged an attorney. We're halfway there, and I think we have an obligation to provide the funds for that attorney who's there defending us. So I would not want to see us retrench on that. I think that it should come from GRU. If the body decides to vote otherwise, I'll go along with that, but I believe it should come from GRU, and that we have a duty to pay it, to provide the funds.
Thank you, Commissioner Chestnut. Commissioner Book.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wondered if there was any update from the city attorney as it relates to where we're at process, how much funds we've expended, anything that might be relevant to the item.
Mr. Mayor, yeah, through, the first billing was through May and June. I think it was a total of $121,130. As you know, we were directed to retain counsel, I think late March. It took a few weeks, and we got a team on board with Ackerman, and we're happy with that. And that was the first 2 months. Then the July billing came in at $98,005, and so the total currently billed was $219,135. I would expect to have the opportunity to review the August billing shortly, anticipate that being somewhere probably in the $70,000 to $80,000 range. So we will be exceeding the initial amount that you had authorized, I think, upon receiving and reviewing that next bill. We are at the position now in the case, in a lawsuit filed by the city, where after a hearing before the judge and conference with opposing counsel, with the governor's office, the attorney general, the Department of State, where there was an agreement that there are no material facts in dispute. And it was a very productive meeting, and I think what that tells us is there's no need to do intensive discovery and depositions and factual determination. We're able to get to the legal issues. That's what this is about, promptly. With the cooperation then of the judge, she was able to schedule us for a hearing that will be next Friday, September 22nd. The city filed its motion for full and final summary judgment. The state agencies will be filing theirs tomorrow. I suspect it will be at the end of the day tomorrow, filed electronically. I'm looking forward to reviewing that. We'll have a chance to reply to that early next week for that hearing to be at the end of next week. I can't guarantee how long it will take the judge to make a ruling. It's obviously complex matters. I can tell you that the attorneys for the state agencies who deal with this circuit judge much more often and this circuit bench in the Second Circuit much more often, they're confident that their judges are accustomed to receiving matters like this of such urgency and will take the time to digest it, understand it, and issue a ruling very promptly. So we're hopeful that we get a decision before October 1st. Alongside this, there's the lawsuit filed by the residents group. I think they call themselves Gainesville Residents United Incorporated. They filed their complaint in federal court. The city has answered that. We received early this week motions to dismiss filed by the Attorney General, the Governor's Office, and the Department of State. We were hoping maybe we'd glean something in terms of what their defense might be in our state case there, but really not. It was motions dismissed on procedural grounds and mainly standing grounds related to the federal claims. So that lawsuit is not as resource intensive, obviously, as the one that we are the plaintiff in. So that's going on as well right now. The primary driver, of course, is the lawsuit that the city's filed, that we will have a hearing on competing summary judgment motions next Friday, and hopefully a result from that soon thereafter, which will, as you know, that doesn't necessarily always end things. We will come to you with whatever that judgment is from the judge, and then the non-prevailing party will decide if an appeal is necessary or not, or whether just to rely upon legislative happenings in next year's legislative session. So that's, any specific questions about where we stand or what's happening? I would expect to get another, bill that's probably substantive in that $70,000-$80,000 range for September, and then there's a great deal of uncertainty as to what would be in October and thereafter. And again, getting us through the end of September is really the key part of what our focus has been.
Thank you.
Thank you. Very informative.
Thank you. Commissioner Osaka.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Nee, if you could, there were a lot of numbers thrown out, if you could take me to roughly where we will be as of the August billing.
Through August, we're at $219,000. I would anticipate there'd be another probably between 70 and 80. So on the high side, we'll probably be close to $300,000 through August.
And we still have the actual hearing to go through.
Yes.
Okay. So I asked that because I had some folks ask me how attorneys billing work. And I told them I was in the wrong line of business when I did legal aid, because private attorneys, especially at a magnitude like this. A memo, a phone call, all these things cost several hundreds of dollars every 6 minutes. And then hearings are far more expensive. Some folks can get into the thousands of dollars per hour. Someone was very upset with the amount of money being spent, but I had to explain at a certain level of lawyering, this is the standard of the fee because so few people do it. So you pay for that scarcity and that skill. That said, I really am not happy with the number. Despite knowing where it comes from, I'm less than happy, but I'm less than happy with the whole situation. If by your calculation, August will take us well over the 250, and we still have the hearing to go, and anything thereafter, I know we're gonna need this second chunk of change. As to where it should come from, the general manager mentioned your cost allocation approach, and I know we probably went over ad nauseum, but could you tell me roughly what that would bring it out to, or how that would break it down?
Yeah, I would direct that back to the general manager and the city manager, frankly, as we've made it clear. It was our recommendation, the first go around, knowing that wouldn't be the full amount for the entirety of the representation, but understanding that it's fair to set up some sort of guidepost that we come back to you repeatedly to make sure that you're aware of not only the substance of the lawsuits, but also the substance of the content of the billing. As to where the funds come from, our office isn't an office that generates income. We don't receive directly receive tax dollars or rates. Yes, we spend money. And to be fair, I would argue that I think the magnitude of these bills does give a good insight as to the value you receive from having an in-house legal team, because the other work that is provided by our office is also by extremely competent, experienced attorneys, and there are benefits to having career people that are inside rather than having to retain outside counsel for matters. But as to how the cost allocation plan works for matters such as this, really that's something that I think the general manager and the manager can provide some better insight to. Generally, we don't have a large budget for outside counsel. We try to do work in-house. To the extent that we retain outside counsel, it is usually directed right to the department. Usually it's very clear what that department is. This is a matter of governance of the city meaning both general government and the utility. It does appear to be focused on the utility, but
it is an attack on the city.
I keep harping on over and over again. The utility isn't separate from the city. It's part of the city.
Okay.
Just like all of our other departments are. So.
Okay. Madam Manager, as far as our reserves policy, I know we are not quite at the place where we could start pulling money to start doing other projects. Would it be possible to pull from that rather than our contingency, given the extraordinary nature of where we find ourselves?
Mr. Mayor, this is a one-time expense. At some point it will end, hopefully. But it is a one-time expense. And for the current year, because August, of course, is still within this fiscal year, we will have carry forward funding. So if it is the wish of the commission, for, I guess, expenses through the balance of this fiscal year, I believe that we have flexibility with carry forward in terms of our projection right now of funds moving into fiscal 24. We can do that. We can take care of it. It will lessen what goes into fund balance for 24, but it is available if that is.
So by your analysis of it, we could go up until September 30th. We could cover any billing that they quickly type in and send to us up until that date. And any litigation moving forward, we'd have to really come back for kind of a second discussion.
That is correct.
And would you be comfortable to up it to September 30th up to the amount of $250?
I would.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Manager. So given that answer, I'm not gonna make the general manager try to like we have an answer. I'd rather we take that account that route just to the attorney's right. GRU is the city is GRU. And what is happening is taking a valuable asset of the city, not just attacking GRU on its own. So I would make that motion that we approve it.
Well, yeah.
I know, later. And other people can make the motion if they so choose. But I think my preferred path would be using it from the general government side to try to balance out the scales a little bit. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Willets.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just to Madam Manager, if we spent from of FY23 funds, that's for not just for what is billed in September, but we have to physically get it and spend it before. Otherwise, it does roll over on October 1st into
That is
fund
right.
balance.
It could be encumbered,
It can be encumbered.
and yes.
That's an interesting idea. I will say that my current preference, and it's not a joke, it is still serious, I still prefer that this comes from GRU with the caveat that GRU temporarily suspends for 1 year natural gas appliance rebates as a direct way to find the $250,000. It does change some of their long-term plans, but in the short term, it's a real clear and direct. I still support that. That's the idea that is my real preference. Outside of that, I support the idea that that we use that one time this year using some of FY23 funds that would normally go into fund balance. This is definitely a one-time expense, I hope, and it does seem like the reason why we might use these. I do have one extra question for Madam Manager, and that is, I know we did not plan on using our fund balance for next year's budget, and that has been communicated kind of far and wide, including to credit agencies.
That is correct.
Has any of the conversation you've had with those types of organizations included FY23's expected, what we're going to have left over, and whether we were going to spend any of that in FY23?
No, those conversations have not included that. But as long as expenses are, of course, validated and they are within the fiscal year, it is appropriate for us with the
For us
approval.
now, but I guess more to the point is the conversations about what are our FY24 plans don't so much focus on what we think we are rolling into fund balance.
It does not.
Thank you. I think I answered. I think I asked my questions, but I need to. For now, I'll end. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Willets, Commissioner Book, and then we're going to go to public comment if there is.
Yeah, we could do that first if you'd like.
Let's go ahead and just.
This is purely for me a fiscal decision. We have bills that already exceed what's allocated. So we have to pay them. We don't know exactly what they are. I feel less strongly about what the source of that is, whether it came from the city side or the GRU side. So I'd just let you know that to the maker of the motion. But we do have to allocate the funds because we know we've incurred those and we're going to have to expend them. So that's where I'm at. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Yes, we have one speaker, Jim Conish.
Welcome, Mr. Conish.
Mr. Mayor, Jim Conish. I'm an expert on this matter, and I would like a little bit additional time, but realize I'm not entitled to it, sir. This is the most recent rolling 12-month average of 1,000 kilowatt hours of residential electricity for both municipals and IOUs. This is a 12-month average. You are closing in on Key West to be the highest, and you lowered the fuel adjustment while you had a negative fuel levelization balance. And, sir, you're going off the chart. Now, in 1869, the legislature created the city of Gainesville through a charter. Prior to the Civil War, cities didn't have charters. They were fiefdoms. But that went away just after the Civil War. And the legislature gives you the charter, and they can dissolve your charter, and they have dissolved charters recently in Florida. There are fewer cities today than there were in 2019 in Florida, by one. Now, the legislature has changed your charter, and you're ignoring the charter. And to that extent, all these expenditures are unlawful. You have no authority to do what you're doing. Now, if private parties want to pursue this litigation, i.e. your cronies, that's fine. But you're spending our money helping them sue the city, and you're filing your own lawsuit. Ron DeSantis is not responsible for everything that happens with GRU from now on. The commissioners that have sat in these since January 2000 are responsible for what's going to be happening for a very, very long time. Because on top of these exorbitant rates, we have staggering debt. You're under ongoing audit by the state of Florida, and the deeper they dig, the more they're going to find. And to basically thumb your nose at the legislature, spend hundreds of thousands, if not millions, on a lawsuit that has no chance, were you to succeed, an appeal would automatically pause the ruling. And they will appeal. They have infinite resources, and they have very good connections with the appellate courts that will get these cases. You end up in the Supreme Court in DeSantis' backyard. They are not taking GRU. The City Commission and GRU belong to the citizens. We elect you as representatives. The legislature has decided you're not up to the task of governing GRU anymore, and they have clearly and unequivocally stated that you will no longer have zero as a body to do with the governance of GRU. It's clear and unambiguous. To think a judge is going to step in while you have rates like this, while you're under ongoing audit, with this investigation coming, and just nullify this is all wrong. You act as if the utility belongs to the city commission or to city commissioners, and that is false. The utility belongs to the citizens, and our elected state officials have decided that this body is not qualified anymore to have anything whatsoever to do with the governance of GRU.
I'm going to ask you to wrap up, Mr. Combs.
The people that did this are elected officials, and Keith Perry received more votes than all of you put together. Thank you.
Have a great day. Madam Clerk, anybody else?
That was our last speaker.
Okay, thank you. All right, I will, before we go back around, I will say that I would be comfortable either way. I do see some wisdom in spreading it a little bit back to general government. Commissioner Eastman.
Wait, so Mr. Mayor, you're saying that you could go either way on this, or you're saying that you see the wisdom in the?
I might lean toward general government. We have to pay the bill. I'm not.
We have to pay the bill, and we're all in favor of paying the bill. It sounds like I just the decision is I mean, what like it seems like it's fairer that way, and to me it feels like the how do I say it, when we transition authority from the residents of the city of Gainesville to Governor Ron DeSantis' political appointees, are we also going to be handing them a bill for a lawsuit? And I think that it is a little bit cleaner to a little bit ahead of that time say, we're taking those funds and we're paying for it on the general government side. It's just kind of a clean break between ourselves and when that handoff, if that handoff happens. I disagree with Mr. Connors. I think the Florida Constitution is very, very clear about what rights municipalities have, but this has never happened in the history of the state of Florida, and so it's a big question mark for me how this is going to go. But that to me feels like that makes messiness, and one of the things I tried to do when I brought forward that series of motions is to eliminate some of that messiness, and so I worry that this could just make it a little bit messier if that bill is now being handed over in that way. So that's why I brought that forward.
Thank you. Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, I will amend my motion and just say we take the funds at this time from general government.
Okay, very good.
And thank you.
Thank you. And the seconder is good with that. I don't remember who the seconder was. Yeah, okay. Commissioner Book's good. Mr. Attorney.
Yeah, just in the interest of clarity, Mr. Mayor, for the pending motion now, I've thoroughly reviewed, gone back and forth with them, and approved that the bill totaling the $219,135,000, and anticipating finalizing the review of the next bill that would be through August. My understanding is that the direction is the first 250,000 is allocated to the utility system, and then the billing after that up to the next, up to 500,000 is allocated to the general government side, and then of course I'll come back to you promptly at whatever, however often you want me to come back, whether it's premised on a dollar figure of billing or monthly or 6 weeks or whatever you prefer. But is that correct? 250 from the utility system, then the next 250 from the general government side?
Right, excuse me, yes, 250. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Willens.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, I'm getting a little lost here. I had the thought about, where we go with this long term, this lawsuit. Just because it gets expensive is not the best excuse to stop fighting for justice, because we're talking about constitutional issues, and I mean, I would love it if every municipality in the state that had a utility governed by their commission would join us, because in essence we are trying to get to the bottom of is this action, is this law constitutional under the Florida Constitution, and others are trying to decide whether it is constitutional under the federal Constitution. And so just because it may get expensive, that's not the best reason to just think that we should give up if we have to go to appeal. It makes it difficult to swallow the idea of that kind of volume of dollars. One of the reasons why it's even more important that we maintain some ability to have some contingency funds in the next fiscal year on the general government side. But yeah, because I think we really are trying to determine, and we think we have a valid argument that it's unconstitutional. This isn't we think you made an error in some small part of the law, and it would just be a little more convenient if we change something. We think fundamentally, though, the Florida legislature has deprived the city of all cities, in essence, if this stands, the people of Gainesville as well, would deprive us of our rights. So it's not. That's why I'm committed to this process, because that's what we're really talking about. We're not just talking about, we're upset because someone took our ball away from us and we prefer to be the captain of this team. This is real serious. I mean, I'd love it if we could get the other cities to join in with us in solidarity, but that's not usually the way this works. People don't hand their money to other cities. So I think I'll support this motion because it does seem like a one-time thing. This is appropriate and valid. What we get into after October 1st, obviously, it's going to get. I think the conversations get harder and harder after October 1st. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, and I'm going to call for a vote here in a minute. But but I want to point out that there are. Well, we always want to go for the big, most important reasons, which are constitutional reasons. There's a lot to this that is simpler than that. It's a question of logistics and mechanics. How does this work? And it's not clear how it works. I know that that there are folks who have opined that it's real easy, just do it. But it's not. It's incredibly complex and complicated. As you may have noticed last Thursday, we voted this commission on first reading, passed an ordinance amending the City of Gainesville Code of Ordinances to set rates. The only way to set rates is to pass an ordinance. The only body, even under the current changes that the legislature imposed and that the governor signed, is for the City of Gainesville City Commission to pass an ordinance. But according to those same changes, we're not supposed to have anything to do with it. This isn't only a question of constitutional, who's in charge of the utility, who chooses the board for it. This is a mechanical and logistical issue that, if we don't get worked out, leaves many questions to be answered about how we provide these lights that are on right now to all 100,000 or so customers. And I want to make it real clear that I brought those issues to the legislature, and I know many of you did as well, and those were unanswered when the bill was passed. it's important to say that from time to time, that everything is not about the big flashy stuff. It's about the how do you keep the power on stuff. And we were elected to make sure that the power stays on. And I take that role very, very seriously, and I think we all do. But I just wanted to set the record straight about that. The big issues really are big, and they do matter, but the little issues are big too. And that's all wrapped up in this multi-point suit that we have filed. And that's what we're paying for. That said, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, that passes unanimously. Madam Clerk, let's move on to what's next.
Mr. Mayor, 2023-866 Nuisance Abatement Bottle Clubs and Hookah Lounges Ordinances revisions. With the recommendation of the City Commission, review and consider the memorandum prepared by staff and provide direction as needed.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm Andrew Person, Special Advisor to the City Manager. Very briefly, and I want to don't have a long presentation, but back in July of this past year, Commissioner Book had raised several potential ordinance amendments for commission consideration. We've taken the opportunity to review those and have some potential recommendations. And what we're seeking today would just be direction from the commission as to basically the authorization for us to work with Dan's or Mr. Nee's office to actually draft some ordinances to bring back to the commission for some changes. Those changes would primarily be to your bottle club ordinance, your nuisance and abatement ordinance, and GPD has also identified the potential need for a hookah lounge ordinance or a smoke lounge ordinance. Several cities have been dealing with essentially places that do not have a alcohol license, maybe a retail occupancy, but are open late. And when bars and clubs let out at 2 a.m., folks move to those locations. Oftentimes those locations are, as I mentioned, from an occupancy standpoint, they're a retail occupancy. They're not an assembly occupancy like a bar or a club. So they don't have like occupant loads. Oftentimes they don't have the same fire and life safety provisions in the building. And they become obviously similar to a lot of what we've talked about today, a crowd management issue. And so there's some recommendations in the memo. We're here to answer any questions that you may have, but we feel like these would be good common sense potential provisions for the commission to consider. And if the direction is to do so, then we would bring back potential ordinances for you to consider at a later date.
Very good, thank you. So I'm Commissioner Book. Thank you for bringing these forward. I'm, as I've said before, very, very interested in what we can do to, particularly for public nuisance abatement issues. I want to give GPD the tools that they need to hold folks accountable who may not be acting in the best public interest. Commissioner Book.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to give credit where credit's due, so that this really came out of me simply identifying potential policy that would link into ways that we deal with violence, not necessarily gun violence, but violence. And it was you, Mr. Mayor, that actually provided the impetus related to the Gun Violence Summit at the beginning of the year. And it was the Mayor Pro Tem who called the special meeting. I know she's not here, but it's important to know that, so that we could discuss potential ways that the city could move forward and look for things that might help us at the dais. So that's really where it came. And then I just simply identified some ordinances. So I really appreciate the city staff doing that. As Mr. Person said, you're looking at some things related to bottle clubs, Chapter 4, Article 2, that seem to be common sense. I mean, I'm looking at them. I really don't want to read down them since we've all had the opportunity to review it. The public nuisance abatement is potentially very critical because the Mayor Pro Tem the Mayor Pro Tem identified, without by name, a business that, had we had some things in place, might not be operating today because of violence that had occurred on those premises in East Gainesville. And then the last ordinance that came strictly from, I think, Gainesville Police, because it didn't come to me. It came as an outskirt of some of the other things that are not currently being regulated, and that relates to the smoke lounges and the hookah lounges. I'm happy to make the motion. I didn't know if anyone had any questions. I think really the best experts are sitting out there, not here. I did not make any of these specific recommendations. I simply identified the ordinances.
Thank you. I don't see any other lights. Is there any public comment on this?
No public comments.
Okay, all right. So, Commissioner Buck.
All right, so I think we should, what I think, and you all tell me if this is I think we should probably take the two amendments to ordinances as one potential motion and then deal with creation of an ordinance as a second motion. That's what I think is a little cleaner. I'm not sure that it matters that much, so I will move under 2023-866 that city staff proceed with amending the ordinances related to bottle clubs, which is Chapter 4, Article 2, and nuisance abatement, which is Chapter 16, Article 5, consistent with the recommendations the staff has provided.
Is there a second? Second. Okay, there's a motion and a second. And I don't see any other lights. Commissioner Willetts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have some questions, maybe because I just don't really grasp all of this exactly, the exact nuance of the restrict which accessory uses, all of them, and just fully understand when you restrict an accessory use in conjunction with licensed bottle club. So it's that you just make sure it's that you can't have a bottle club that is also a hookah lounge, or which way is this? Or is you can't have a hookah lounge that is a bottle club, and maybe that is not. Maybe that doesn't really matter which way it is. But in my brain, I start with hookah lounge, what I'm familiar with. Then after that, which use is accessory to which use?
My understanding has been that there are some establishments which will convert, like sort of shift between the two. And so what this is trying to clarify is the essentially locking them into one thing or another, either a bottle club or a hookah lounge. Essentially, they're both licensed differently under state law as well, but there's some gray area, and I think we're trying to clarify that both from a consistency standpoint as well as to help GPD with enforcement, like clear enforcement on these things.
Right, because there's only one bottle club in Gainesville, it sounds like.
Well, there's only one licensed
one
bottle
licensed
club establishment, which is Painting with a Twist.
Those crazy painters.
Right. But there are, to clarify, there are, I think, establishments that may operate as a bottle club, but just don't have the proper licensing through the state.
Right, and that's what I'm getting at. My first gut reaction, and I definitely could be wrong. I'm a little wary of that. It feels sometimes pointed at specific establishments, and I'm really worried that it's about specific establishments with specific clientele. So that's just something I want to put out there. That's the first kind of gut reaction, even as I kind of read through and thought about it. And maybe just because we don't call things dance halls anymore, I just thought to myself, like, what would this kind of law look like 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 years ago in the past? And I just think of like the Cotton Club. What is the Cotton Club? Is it a dance hall? What are they doing? Are they doing bottle club after? This is what my brain went through. The past is the past, and we're here in the present. So I had some concerns about it. And I do have a question just to make sure I understand. What is the difference between a bottle club and what is loosely used to be called after-hours parties at a bar? I know you've never been to one, but
I have not. I don't know what you're talking
okay.
about. I mean, essentially, a bottle club. I think we included the definition, which is a business establishment that are not licensed to sell alcoholic beverages, but instead provide facilities for the consumption of those beverages by its patrons on our premise. So they may have mixers, they may have other things. It's basically like a bring your own bottle type of establishment. And because of that kind of unique nature, they have under the state licensing, they have a unique type of license for that. That's hence the Painting with a Twist. But we
bottle club statewide wasn't designed for Paint with a Twist. It was. Right. It comes from blue laws and trying to maybe have restaurants. My understanding is at some point in different states, to begin with, restaurants can have wine, but you got to bring your own wine bottle. This is a long history of very, very severe restrictions on alcohol and this is one portion of the way alcohol laws statewide and in other states were loosened, but now it still exists in this not very well used area because other parts of our now you can serve alcohol at restaurants,
Right.
much more easily.
And I think, Commissioner, you're picking up on the theme, I think, of a lot of these discussions is there are layers of regulation and there are layers of jurisdictional sort of aspects. And some of those overlap, some of them bleed together, and those things are complicate sometimes complicate the issue. I think on bottle clubs, it's very much there's both the sort of licensure component that's in the state law, and then there's the sort of physical on the ground. Do we have establishments that may operate sort of within these parameters as laid out in your code of ordinances, but may not have the proper licensure, may not have the may not be in a physical location that's suitable for like an assembly occupancy. So I think to your point, I would focus on, I think what we're trying to focus on is the actual issue at hand, which is oftentimes we have patrons in these establishments and the establishment itself is not, the life safety components of the structure are not up to code, or it may be creating issues. Less so whether they have the proper state license or not.
Okay, and I appreciate that. I just so that we can kind of understand, like when people are like, well, why is this even allowed? Because this is multi-jurisdictional.
Right.
We're talking about decades worth of, back in the day when you couldn't have a bottle of wine in a restaurant, you had to bring your own bottle. State laws changed at some point, and
Yes.
now this is where we're at. So that's why I bring this up.
Mm-hmm.
And the last thing I will just put out there is that we certainly would need to look at this because in areas outside of a potential entertainment district where you can't consume your own alcohol, actually technically you can't bring your own alcohol to consume, there may still be people in places who want to operate as a bottle club when they realize someone can't bring you can't have alcohol out on the street, their own, and they may say, well, we've got to bring it indoors. Well, we're not a business that normally would have done that. So who knows? We may have an expansion of bottle clubs. Who knows? Probably not, but who knows? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Eastman.
Yeah, I guess I'm trying to figure out. I understand the issue, and I understand some of the history, but but currently this is restrictions on unlicensed bottle clubs. I mean, it would be. Am I misunderstanding? Like there's a that you have to have a valid occupancy permit from the Office of Sustainable Development. That we're limiting the hours for these state licensed one. That we are restricting accessory uses, but that's still only. One bottle club, correct?
So right, so that to further complicate this issue, the painting with a twist is actually under your land development code is classified as an alcoholic beverage establishment, and they actually received a special use permit many years ago when they first opened. So they're actually not under the provision of the bottle club ordinance we're talking about, actually considered a bottle club. They do have a bottle club license from the state because they don't actually serve alcohol when you're coming to paint. You bring your own, essentially. Again, like I would separate the licensing component with the actual use of bottle clubs as it's defined in our own land or in our own code of ordinances and focus on that. So we may have, I think from GPD's perspective, these changes will help them bring existing operations that may classify as a bottle club under these definitions into conformance, both in terms of making sure that they have the permit through the city, which a lot of these places do not. Making sure they have the proper permitting, making sure they're going through the process, and GPD can make sure that they're operating in accordance with the city's ordinances.
Okay, and so right now, if there's and maybe I want to talk with GPD so I can get more specifics, but like I mean, these would be existing commercial spaces that I guess people they show up to. GPD would come knocking on the door. They'd say like, well, we're not an alcohol establishment, so we're not regulated by any of those things. And they say, well, I can see you're drinking. And this would now just allow us to sort of put tighter tighter guardrails around that, so we could say clearly, no, you are under this particular provision within this portion of our code.
Yeah, essentially that's correct.
All right, that's all the questions I have, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, anyone else? Okay, no further lights. I'll go ahead and ask for a vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, that passes unanimously. Madam Clerk. Thank you, Commissioner Book.
I think that we just choose the ordinances, actually.
Good, okay. Right, okay.
Right, so you want me to move forward with the?
Yeah, let's go ahead and, yeah.
Let's finish this up so we can get to the, to that last item, right? The last one deals with the third ordinance that came specifically from Gainesville Police through the city staff. It dealt with this thing we call smoking and hookah lounges. They just simply identified some gaps. And so I move under 2023-866 that city staff draft an ordinance related to those particular type of business designed to address the regulatory issues that is listed consistent with staff recommendations.
Is there a second? Second. All right, we have a motion and a second. Any other conversation about that? All right, go ahead.
I don't feel strongly about this one. I feel like I wrap my head around a little bit better, partially because when on my ride along, we did go to that hookah lounge. And I know that GPD has to allocate resources there at about 2 a.m. I guess my only worry about it is that it feels sort of like, and I know this is sort of how enforcement is, it feels sort of like a whack-a-mole type thing. I mean, I've heard, everyone when they were in college, they sort of remember it when you were young enough to be out past 2 a.m. There was either a Waffle House, or there was the Denny's down the street, or there was the hookah lounge. I mean, there's usually a place that people go when the bars close, and the main thing that draws you there is not that it is a hookah lounge. It is not that, you really just want, a Denny's, whatever they're selling nowadays, the omelets or whatever. But it is the fact that you want to keep hanging out past certain times. So you could either go to the hookah lounge, you can go to a friend's house, you could go to a restaurant, you could go to various things. And I just don't know if it kind of makes me feel uncomfortable that we're sort of going to play whack-a-mole with, well, the hookah lounge is the problem today, but then it'll be something different tomorrow. So I don't know if this addresses the problem, and I don't know if I feel comfortable sort of, kind of playing that game of whack-a-mole without touching the underlying issue, but I'm open to it. I guess what you're asking now is, the motion on the floor is that they draft the ordinance, that we begin that conversation, right? I mean, I don't necessarily have a problem exploring the idea. I don't know if that's something I'll support in the end, but I guess I'm comfortable drafting the ordinance at this point. So yeah, that's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner. I would point out that Waffle House makes a fine meal at 8 a.m. as well. All right, I see no other lights, no other questions. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, Madam Clerk, that passes unanimously.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Our next item is 2023-892, Commissioner Chestnut discussion item, City of Gainesville Holiday Parade Overview. With the recommendation, the City Commission receive the presentation that provides an overview of the holiday parade.
Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Madam Clerk. All right, this is what we've been waiting for all afternoon. Thank you. All right, next slide, please. The City of Gainesville Holiday Parade is an opportunity for families, neighborhood groups, and businesses across the city to come together and celebrate the season. It's a time with the goal of enjoyment for all who wish to attend. The parade will bring a feeling of belonging through shared experience. It will connect friends and neighbors, forging new community relationships. It will improve the quality of life for residents at a time of year that can bring feelings of stress or loneliness. It will present a positive image of Gainesville as a place with caring neighbors who share a sense of purpose and pride, and it will bring vitality to the downtown while promoting the local economy. Now, I think it's a time for our families. We've been through a very rough year, and I think this is a time for us to come together to bring some happiness to our citizens. The last city parade was December 8th, 1990. I think that's 33 years. The issues to address are a number of event planning issues that must be addressed to determine feasibility for this year. Identification and confirmation of financial support from sponsors, and I'll talk about that too as we go along. Partnership with community groups to alleviate the cost and use of staff time. Parade route details such as staging area, lineup map, rental and placement of portable restrooms, other parade day logistics, selection and confirmation of an available grand marshal, insurance riders, dignitary list and invitations, location for dignitary brunch, parade packet development, and marketing research. The budget is still in development, but an estimate supplied by Parks and Recreation indicates the city would need approximately $77,000 in sponsorship to cover all costs on the day of that event. This does not take into account the weeks leading up to the event and is not an accurate gauge of the ability of the departments involved in terms of available staffing. The parade will be produced and coordinated by the City of Gainesville, but managed by a collaborative of community organizations. The event will require partners and sponsors to provide financial support. And to guarantee adequate support and staffing on parade day, the collaboration of community groups that would manage the event could consider providing a $250 grant to other local groups or clubs willing to provide at least 10 volunteers. These volunteers would receive training in advance and report to the route on the morning of December 2nd to work the parade. Examples of potential sponsors include law offices, car dealerships, construction companies, recreational businesses, real estate agencies, banks, credit unions, and community organizations, healthcare organizations. Now we have a breakdown, which you've received in your packet, a breakdown of the proposed budget that gives the cost. This is based on UF Homecoming Parade cost in 2022, from Public Works down through the logistics, entertainment cost, radio and print advertising, GPD cost, fire safety, and coming to a grand total of $77,778.50. Now, we have sponsorship levels, which would be set at 4 levels: a platinum at $10,000, which would be the major co-sponsor with the city; the gold at $5,000, silver at $2,500, and sapphire at $1,500. If you break it down a little bit more in terms of the sponsorship by numbers that we would need to get: 8 at $10,000, 15 at $5,000, 30 at $2,500, or 50 at $1,500. I am suggesting that we partner with a nonprofit, 501c3, as our fiscal agent, and that would be the Gainesville Chamber of Commerce Foundation. There, people would have a tax-deductible donation that they would make towards the parade. If you go back to, if you look at the information I placed on your desk, this is from parades back 1952 up to 1969. The Chamber of Commerce had been the major sponsor of all city parades, with their merchants providing the funding. I have contacted merchants, and I've raised half of the money. I have half of it. And given a little bit more time, I think I can raise the rest of it. Of course, if you all would like to help, you see how easy it will be. $1,500, we only need 50 people, 50 agencies. But I have commitments for half of the dollars already. And so we're not really looking at any additional expense because December 2nd is the kickoff for the city of Gainesville's holiday festivities anyway. If you will look at, let's go to the next slide. Let me just show you why. You look at the parade day schedule and route that's already in place. The only thing that we're adding here is the parade. The parade at noon, but from 4 to 5 o'clock, you have the Bo Diddley Plaza Kids Holiday Dance Party. That's already scheduled, already being provided by Parks and Recreation. 5:30 to 8 is the holiday celebration at the historic Thomas Center, with the light show in the Thomas Center Gardens, the holiday tree lighting at the Thomas Center, which was just spectacular last year with the blue Christmas tree. It was spectacular. The luminaries throughout the Duck Pond neighborhood. This is sponsored by the Duck Pond Neighborhood Association. And the horse and carriage rides is also sponsored by the Duck Pond Neighborhood Association. It gets people downtown. The longer we can keep them downtown, the more they're going to frequent the businesses that are down here. The proposed route is to start at 6th Street and head east towards the Alachua County School Board Administration Building. We would disembark there in their parking lot. That would be a substantial area for the floats cars to be able to disembark. We look at the details. There are some important dates. From starting September 25th through November 13th, people would be able to sign up to enter the parade with various entrance categories, whether as a performer, a community group, or a nonprofit, government, but different levels. November 3rd, we would provide a first-time entry workshop informational meeting for first-time participants. November 20th would be a commentary form proof to get proof of vehicle insurance and special placement consideration would be due, requests due. November 28th would be the entry meeting. This would be a mandatory meeting for all entry representatives to review the staging and destaging plans and receive parade lineup. December 2nd, we start with, of course, arrival, the vehicle and float entry check-in, dignitary arrivals, driver meeting, entry check-in, and staging for participants, and be ready to head out at noon. And that brings me to the end of the presentation. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Commissioner Willits.
Mayor. Thank you, Commissioner Chestnut. There's a lot of work you've done personally.
Well, I had help. Thank you.
It's a little blast from the past to read these old articles and some of the language that's used and some of the things that are emphasized. But the Chamber of Commerce was someone who was involved in it. I like the idea, the Chamber of Commerce had always kept this up. Maybe we'd have this, things change, areas of downtown change. There was probably between this time and now, Main Street became, at one point, a very 4-lane, 5-lane drag that was not perhaps where you wanted to do it, but the money we put into North Main since then has changed the nature. Not that this is your proposed on Main, I'm just saying how things change. So, has the chamber agreed? That's a question.
They agreed to be the fiscal agent, and they will help us in identifying, if we give them a category where we would like to try to recruit or solicit funds. I ask for their directory. They will not give me their directory, but they will supply me with the names and the numbers of the areas that we could call. We can seek sponsorship. So the chamber representative is on the community group that I spoke about. One of my other community members is here. Ms. Brenda Thomas is on the community group that's working with us. But I think having them as the fiscal agent and having people to be able to make a tax deductible donation is going to help us in being able to.
That makes sense. As the mayor said in a previous meeting, the joint meeting, it's a lot easier to get people to donate money to a nonprofit than to a government agency. And so that makes a little more sense. There's a lot of work here. The general idea of it's very good. I'm still a little worried and concerned about dumping more work on city staff between now and then, particularly as you do things well. That also means on the city sides, this is a real parade, is what it would be shaping up to. I still have a little hesitancy this year where we're at, having cut a bunch of staff, but where this is headed, I think it makes some sense to really to bring something back that had been, for whatever reason, it went away, but probably as part of our general, like you mentioned, downtown, the attention to downtown, bringing people downtown for something besides the open container drinking that some of us support, or just Friday night Bo Diddley kind of thing, daytime, and in the winter, not in we do a lot of the spring fall, but the winter's still not so bad. Though I see a rain out date in one of these articles.
Oh, and I've checked the weather. It is supposed to be 76, 46 that day.
Was there no chance of rain?
No chance of rain.
Was it the farmer's manual? The farmer's almanac?
It's called the world. Remember that? The farmer's almanac.
For now, that's all I got. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the presentation just gives me a lot more questions overall. I think I'm more sure of not voting for this after seeing the presentation. So just my original complaint is we will be chasing down donations while simultaneously contracting vendors. And that does not guarantee reaching the final amount estimated here, which I still think is underestimated. By its own admission, the presentation says it doesn't really account for the staff hours needed prior to. For example, folks who want to participate can go walk in or set appointments with PCRA. Is PCRA going to be processing those forms? Is that time going to be accounted for on top of their duties? I forget the final tally of the PCRA cuts, but we made their department lean, and now we're going to throw coordinating an event on top of the day that's already busy for a limited skeleton crew. There's just dumping on one department when we already have other lovely activities set up for the day. If this were an organization that said, hey, we have 80 grand and we would like to gift it to the city or use it to have a parade, will you help us or let us? That is one thing. What I'm hearing is we're going to get a bunch of phone numbers and we're going to have to call people and beg for money. Maybe we'll get to the number needed. I don't think that is a way to do any government programming because it leaves us holding the bag at the end of the day if we don't meet that goal, or playing catch up, or pulling from some other program to make sure that gets paid. So I am still concerned about the statement that insurance is not applicable. I don't know how insurance is covered given the UF parade, but if, we are asking, if this goes through well, a couple hundred people to come out to the street and then go out onto streets that belong to us. If a sidewalk's cracked, if somebody trips, if something happens, that's on us. If we are, I think there's also a mistake in here where it says GPD would only need to be on there from 7:30 to 11:30, so not for the parade itself. So I think that time's wrong, or there'd be more time that we would need them there. There are, despite all the work put on this, there are holes and a lot of question marks left, and I'm not going to throw that at staff. If we want to keep working on this, if the commission wants to keep working on this and polish it up with her private partners and volunteers, that's great. If she wants to make it a bigger research project and bring it forward so we can kind of talk about it later, fine. I am not going to give staff functionally 2 months to plan, advertise, fundraise, organize, and jam something into a day that they've already had planned for, consistently for years. I don't think this is the time or way to do it. Unless someone is going to give me a list of people who have signed some kind of contract or a check saying, hey, we've already have the money, I'm not going to approve this. I'm not going to work on the promise of credit because that is not a way to do anything. That said, I think reviving it's great. If the chamber hears this and thinks it's cool and it has some interest, I encourage them to go ahead and revive this. That would be great. And we can be some kind of partner. But I don't think right now, as it stands, with the math that we are lacking and with the staff that we are surely lacking and won't be able to fully pay, should do this. Like, and I get we should still have nice things. We have nice things. We do still have our very lovely Christmas holiday traditions with the concert at Bo Diddley. I went 2 years ago. It was adorable. You know, the Christmas lighting, it's great. We do have nice things that make Gainesville a place worth living. And I think we contribute to those in a way that is fiscally appropriate and responsible. And right now is not the time to, I can only think of like throwing darts at a board to see if it works out. And I don't think this is the time to be gambling with staff time or our budget. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Sacco. Let's go to the public, and then we'll come back and have another round. Do we have anyone?
I only have the card for Miss Brenda Thomas, who she's welcome, but she said only if Commissioner
You
Chestnut.
want to talk about your parade?
Good afternoon. My name is Brenda Thomas. I'm a resident of High Springs, Florida. For 25 years. I lived in Gainesville for 41 years. So a total of 65 years of my life was spent in Alachua County. And I guess I'm here to support the proposed 2023 holiday parade. Hopefully will be chaired by Commissioner Cynthia Chestnut. You know, I live in High Springs, and it's amazing that small town, that's really small town America. Small town America, High Springs and Alachua can put on a parade each year and satisfy the people living there, and then people from your city comes to our city for our parades. Anyway, we have a parade each year on Sugar Hill, which is a part of Gainesville, out on the southeast side. Some of you may not have really ventured over there, but out near Evergreen Cemetery, 4th Street, Waldo Road, or Wilson Cutoff. But anyway, we have a parade. We started our Sugar Hill reunion in 2014, and 2016 we decided to start having parades. And we thought the person in charge was kind of crazy, but it did work. In fact, last year, we had 2 years we didn't have it because we started in 2015, and then 2 years because of COVID, we did not have the parade, nor did we have the event, the Sugar Hill reunion. But in 2023, we did have our parade, and I know I only have a few minutes, and we invited political candidates for who was bidding for positions in 2022. Our mayor was there in the parade, Ed Pulaski, Yvonne Hayes, Rodney Long, the young man that was running for judge, Arbisi. They were all there. We had families that made their own floats. We had marchers, twirlers. We had the Richard Parker / Eastside High Alumni Band. And we didn't have any problems getting people to participate. We did not have any money. We just have a little budget left every year. But we had a lot of donations. People donated, and that's how we did it. We didn't pay anybody to be in the parade. We provided them breakfast. We provided food all day. And we had entertainment. We allowed our speakers, if they wanted to speak, and all of that. So it was a great gathering after 2 or 3 turbulent years with COVID. We had the Buffalo Soldiers, which is a horseback riding group. We had one fraternity, Zeta Phi Beta, and then we had one of the black male, I can't remember their name, fraternity. We had motorcycle clubs, and we had our queens, our grand marshals, and we pulled it together with no budget. We just asked people for donations, what this committee is trying to do. I know there are a lot of parameters with ordinances and rules and regulations because we had to follow everyone that the city, we had to get permits. We had to do everything you would have to do. I didn't know the city would have to do it for their own parade, but of course you do, and we did. We had to do everything that is necessary for staffing, for the police department. We had fire and rescue, 4 units this past year in our parade. The fire trucks and the motorcycles and all of that. We've had the Alachua County Police Department lead out our parade. So I just think, I know the stuff at Thomas Center, a lot of times you don't even know y'all are having stuff in Gainesville, I'll be honest with you. It's just not announced enough in different areas of town, so people know. So of course there are people down at Thomas Center and maybe down at Bo Diddley Park, but a lot of us don't hear about that stuff. So I hope we would do better as a city of Gainesville, which I love and grew up in, that we would do better trying to have things that include everyone and that everyone is invited and they know that they're invited.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas. Do you have one more? Yeah, okay.
Jess Larson?
Welcome, Mr. Larson.
Hello, good afternoon. Can everybody hear me well enough? I apologize for not coming at the beginning of the meeting. I feel that would have been a more appropriate time, but I was unavailable with a busy day ahead. I would like to say something basically about what you voted on earlier, and I have a lot less to say since you've already voted, so all of the for and against it information.
So, Mr. Larson, we're talking specifically about a holiday parade.
Oh, I'm sorry.
There's no open public comment.
If I can't ask the question about what was voted on earlier, then I would yield my time in favor of what you're getting back to. It was simply a question about the alcohol district and if they will pay a tax that no other district will pay, since they will have something no other district will have. But I accidentally said the comment, so I yield all my time.
No, there is no additional taxes as part of that contemplated at this point. So, do we have anyone else?
That was the last speaker.
Thank you. All right, thanks. Commissioner Chestnut.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to say that since Saturday, I have been able to raise half of the funds, commitments for half of the funds. I'm not asking you to raise the funds, but I think we will be able to get the funds for the parade. It's up to you if you want to participate, but I think this is an opportunity for us to do something very, very positive for our citizens. It's 33 years later, but I think it's something that we can do for them to bring some joy at the end of this year. So, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Chestnut. Commissioner Book.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So last week I did ask for some details, so I appreciate some of those up there. It would be helpful. Could we put the timeline up again? That'd be all right. And I'll just mention a couple of things. So it sounds like you've essentially raised half the money. That's about 40,000 of what we consider 80,000, and there may be some staff time, give or take. And so that's real positive. I do think. I made the Grinch comment last week as it related to fiscal responsibility and accountability. And then very interestingly, I had just anecdotally 2 or 3 people call me, and these are people who are highly budget driven. And they said, you need to be doing something out there in spite of the fact that we're hamstrung financially. And I thought that was very interesting because that's not normally what I hear from this is just a very small sample size of constituents that ended up talking to me. And I thought, okay, maybe I was on the wrong track. I do think, Commissioner, that there must be a threshold here that city staff identifies that the permits are in, that the insurance is driven. Those are critical things that Commissioner Sacco has mentioned that are really important. I don't know what that is. I know you have a timeline, but there must be some mechanism to identify that, because if we don't have that, if we don't have insurance, if we don't have a road closure permit from the Department of Transportation, we can't move forward. That's a state permit for that road. Is that something that we've just factored in? I was just looking here at the timeline.
Right there.
That particular, just on that one, Phil Mann has had lots of experience in getting that permit. Because you're right, you have to have a permit from the state because it's a state road. And he's done it over and over, and he said that there's no problem. He has a direct contact for that.
You probably would want to add that into the planning, because there is a time certain that if we don't have insurance riders in place, if we don't have permitting in place, if we don't have the road closure, well, it doesn't matter actually what we've raised. We just can't move forward logistically. So I would just ask you, think about that as you move here. Putting the chamber's name, the chamber's name of the event is a big deal. And it's a positive, because the chamber is not going to want to be out in front with their name on something that they're not committed to making sure it goes through and being successful. None of us want that. So I think that's a very big positive. So I appreciate that. They're helping. They're obviously helping drive some of the placement and what's going on here for December 2nd. And then they're going to be a partner in our cleanup on December 16th. And they said we can use their name. So obviously the chamber is stepping up in a way that will help us with the downtown and center city area also, which is good. It kind of moves forward from what we were just talking about earlier. The last thing is, normally I'd probably mention a couple of foundations to you in private, but I can't do that. So you may have covered these, but the Parks has a foundation right here in town. You've already talked about the Chamber, the Community Foundation North Central Florida. UF certainly has a very well-funded community foundation, so those are some others if you have not already spoken to those. So with that, I conclude. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Book. Commissioner, before I go back to you, Commissioner Saka, let me weigh in on it. There are tremendous positives with this. The looping the chamber into working with the city of Gainesville is something that doesn't, strangely enough, just doesn't happen regularly, and that's a thing that needs to change. We had some rocky times politically, but that's years in the past at this point. And I think folks who are active at the chamber recognize that the city brings value. The chamber has to bring value. I think there's opportunity to work together. And Ms. Thomas, to your comment, or one of your comments, we have great events happening at Bo Diddley and at the Thomas Center, but there are folks who are not going to come to the Thomas Center. There are parts of the community, lots of different parts of the community that are not going to come to the Thomas Center. They just don't, unless they're coming to get a permit. They don't come there to socialize. And again, there are a whole lot of parts of the community that don't. So having something that is on our marquee street that is, I may be overstepping, but I feel like most of the community believes that they own University Avenue, that it's part of our community, that it's the road that speaks to all of us. So I think it makes an entirely different venue possible for the city of Gainesville to connect on a non-threatening, pleasant way with large portions of the community together. One of my favorite things about Citizens Field is it's one of the very few places where everybody in town has something in common. This is another opportunity like that. And I feel like it's a positive thing. The magic words are that you're 50% funded. I mean, that's the magic. Okay, all right. You have tens of thousands of dollars committed at this point. That's the secret sauce. That's what makes it yes or no. And so because of that, I support it. So Commissioner Saka.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I think to your phrase of secret sauce, I think the word is secret. I would be willing to support this if there is a public disclosure of who these donors are, so that there is something holding them to this commitment. Because as of now, I am working with a promise of a promise. And I go back to, that's not how to fund anything. Times change. By the time somebody has to cut a check, they could just have, a bad time or bad day for business. Things happen until that money is deposited and it's all together. And frankly, we raised more than that estimated 77 because my point stands. A lot of to be determineds were on that list. This isn't a sure thing. Neither is the funding. A commitment is not dollars in the bank. I think the timing of this is rushed, as at least this timeline. Mr. Mann is fabulous. I think he can do no wrong, and he can do anything if we ask him to. That said, he is not immune to delays, and this has us registering or accepting registrations in 2 weeks. In 2 weeks, we'll start accepting people for a thing that may or may not be funded or happen, which means that we have PCRA staff accepting and processing those registrations for a thing that may or may not happen or be funded. It does not feel as if there is sufficient time for our limited staff to do this well. And I think our staff is fabulous, but they also have a million other things to do. And they are going to be operating at 150% as it is because I got the number, it's 9 positions were removed from PCRA. Madam Manager, in order for, I guess, or the attorney, in order for us to have some kind of financial proxy, we would have to agree to that. Or would we have to sign anything for it, or just kind of have a gentleman's agreement of, yeah, sure, you'll, all this money that people fundraise will go to you, but then to us. And again, I feel like that's something we should have in writing, that we should have approved in the sunshine, that it should be open and transparent. And one, committed, so that we do get whatever money is given to them, and we have a clear accounting of it. I don't think there's enough time to do all of that without rushing staff. And I respect staff too much to do that to them. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Madam Manager, did you want to weigh in?
Mr. Mayor, most of what we do as staff is hopefully most of what we do, and I'm stumbling because I support the parade. I'm just going to come right out and say it. And so I have spoken with staff. Clearly, it is kind of like the Gun Violence Summit. You get it done. If the board says do it, we get it done. You asked for an entertainment district ordinance, we got it done. I'm not saying that it's easy. I'm not saying that staff is not taxed when you ask us to do it, but we do our best. Will it be the most fabulous parade that the city has ever planned? Probably not. But will we have a parade and will we put our best in it? We will do that. Now, relative to the cost, if the commission commits to this, Commissioner Chestnut has said that she's raised half the funds or is pretty much at that point. This is, yeah, we're going to do it or no, we're not, is kind of where we are right now. And so that's where I am. Either we're going to do it because we need the days that we've lost, we need the days that are in front of us. Will the city more than likely have to put some cash on the table on the front end to move this along? I'm going to be straight up, we probably will have to. But the commitment of the financial amounts that apparently have already been made, we will, press for those to come through the chamber, and the chamber obviously would need to have a formal arrangement with the city for those funds to come back to the city. And will we have to report back to the commission as to how all of that played out? We will need to do that. But at this point, we're kind of at a point where the commission says, yes, let's proceed, based on good faith, with staff, obviously, keeping the commission informed as we move along. That's just where we are.
Thank you. Commissioner Sacco, did you have one?
I still think it's rushed. And yes, like I said, I have vast respect for staff, and our staff is great. They can get things done. But I have no problem if we plan this and fundraise to do it in the future and develop an infrastructure that can handle this independent of us calling people to beg for money. I don't think that's our staff's job. I don't think it's anyone's job up here. If people want to do it as a pet project, that's great, but it's not what we are supposed to do. And it's not the way government activity is meant to be funded or should be funded. And I know y'all said, oh, we do sponsorship, that is different. That is somebody coming to us with the money in hand to say, I would like a bench or a tree or a building. Fine. This is the opposite. We have a want and let's go beg for the money to see if maybe we get to it. And it's not even something that is constant or fixed. It is a fleeting moment. I'm done.
So I understand what you're saying, Commissioner Sacco. I will promise that I will refrain from calling lawyers ambulance chasers if you take it a little easier on my profession too. Fundraising is not begging for money. It is absolutely not begging for money. What we agreed to for a fundraising policy was not putting a name on a bench or a tree. It was a very active fundraising program. And this is the sort of thing that falls under that. that's what we approved, is an opportunity to go raise money, given that we are in a different financial reality for at least the next couple of years than we have been in the past. Many municipalities do fundraising. It's not uncommon at all for programs and events in addition to buildings and benches. Those are part of it, but it's far beyond that. Commissioner Chestnut.
I just want to say that the donors will be public because they're listed. The platinum donors will be listed in our advertising, just as the gold, silver, and the sapphire. At their funding levels, they will be listed. At advertising for the parade.
Does somebody want to make a motion, or? I don't want to.
I'd like to make a motion.
That'd be
Thank
great.
you. That the city of Gainesville endorse the holiday parade for December 2nd and work with the Gainesville Chamber of Commerce in pursuing it.
Is there a second? All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further comments, questions, concerns? All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
All right, that passes 5-1 with Sacco and dissent. Thank you all for your time and attention today. I guess we do have one more item.
We have member comment.
All right, the only comment I would have is that there is a partner appreciation block party at the Community Foundation offices starting at 5:30, and I'm going to head down there when we leave here. Commissioner Willits.
Just so it doesn't have to wait till next week, Gainesville Housing Authority got the neighborhood voucher, the planning grant. It's $500,000, and only, this was competitive across the nation, so congratulations. We're going to have some work ahead. The city with Gainesville Housing Authority work ahead, reimagining and planning, rejuvenation and expansion of a neighborhood. So it's just something to celebrate.
Right, that is theoretically kind of pseudo-embargoed until tomorrow morning, but since we're out there, and I've seen some emails.
I'm sorry,
No,
I didn't see the embargo. I'm just so excited about it after a long day.
It is amazing. There are 14, I believe, national, federally planning grants for this Choices program. It's a big deal, y'all. It is huge. It's not a guarantee that we will get the full Choices grant for the city and the Gainesville Housing Authority, but that is the kind of thing that is absolutely transformative. The city of Tampa has worked through one in recent years. City of Newport News, Virginia. I've talked with folks at both those places. It is hard to describe how big a deal it is if we can go on and get that second piece, but it puts us in a tremendous position to be able to get that here in Gainesville by having won the challenge grant. And city staff made that happen along with the Gainesville Housing Authority, and we should absolutely be celebrating that. And we'll have a press conference to announce it tomorrow morning, along with Gainesville Housing Authority at 10 o'clock here in the auditorium.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If I could just,
Please.
Thomas Harrington, Carissa Raskin, Corey Harris, our staff really worked hard along with the Gainesville Housing Authority and the consultant that they hired to put that application together. And so I want to just say thank you.
Absolutely. And again, 14 communities nationwide, and we're one of them. That's a big deal. So, all right. We already did public comment. I really. Come on up.
I don't want to leave out anybody. Mrs. Chestnut, Commissioner Chestnut also participated in our parade, had a beautifully decorated vehicle, and also Yvonne Henson from Tallahassee.
Thank you. All right, any other comment? All right, we are adjourned. I will see you all again soon.